you, Krispy Kreme, for not only being a partner, a sponsor, but a friend to the Toronto Maple Leafs baseball team. Fans, let's give Krispy Kreme a warm welcome to the pits. From North York to #1, he's the voice behind the global smash hit Informer, a Juno Award winner and a record breaker with the best-selling reggae singles in U.S. history. He's back at Christie Pitts alongside team director Andreas Kloppenborg. Here he is, Christie Pitts. It's about to snow. Reaching out of east attention with them. Look down the pants, look up me bottom. So Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go glam. I like it boom boom down. Take them on the say that I'm a snowman, stop somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go glam. I like it boom boom down. Take them on the say that I'm a snowman, stop somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. So big on them, they think they have more power. They on the phone, me say they wanna want me for once I use it once and now me call me lover. Love who me calling on the one tell me.
And Rob Butler steps up to pinch hit. He reached on a fielder's choice and scored last night. It is only at bat, and there's a base native of the city of Toronto to play for the Blue Jays with a huge hit off the bench here in the 8th.
Here's a pitch on the way, a swing and a belt, left field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions!
All a dream that has come true. I can't believe what I'm feeling. I can't keep my feet still. Partway through the game, I couldn't even watch.
Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
I was sitting on the bench and I was saying, Joe, if there's any time to do it, baby, do it now. And he did, and it was just, pandemonium. I can't even remember anything after that, just running. My brother, anyone who's always supported me, and I wouldn't be here without them. To make it through all those days. They've been there for me my whole career. My brother and I have been out there practicing every day, making all this happen, and it has happened. Rich, whoa, I love you, Rich! Butlerville's going crazy. East York's going crazy. All I want to say is I love you all. I love everybody in Butlerville. I love everybody in East York. I love everybody in Canada.
Christie Pitts. He needs absolutely no introduction. He is a World Series champion, and he is your manager. Get up off your seats and help me welcome back to the pits, Rob Butler.
I don't care, go on and tear me apart.
Kimball. Nixon bunts. Kimball on it. Throws to first. For the first time in history, the World Championship banner will fly north of the border. The Toronto Blue Jays are baseball's best in 1992.
Back. Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe.
Really happy for Molitor. Just played his heart out all year. It looked like we almost blew that game, but these guys never quit. They just like to kill us.
Success is measured by the impact that you have on other people's lives. And if we look around here and see the impact that Cito has had on all you all's lives and all the guys up here, we thank him for that.
Thank you, fans, for the memories. But without you, there would be no memories. Once again, thank you, fans. Thank you for the memories. And God bless you all. Thank you.
And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Get up on your feet and help me welcome to Christie Pitts Park, the 2-time World Series
champion, the legendary, the iconic Cito Gaston.
All right, fans, let's get these ceremonial first pitches on the way. Let's make some noise one time for our representatives from Krispy Kreme. Fans, we ask that you please rise if you're able to and remove your caps for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Go, let's go! Woo!
Fans, to present Cito Gaston with a box of Krispy Kreme donuts one more time for our representatives from Krispy Kreme.
Mr. Worldwide with the iconic Brian Jovi. It's my life, it's now or never. But I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live.
Oh, what a great start to the festivities tonight. Cito Gaston, the legendary manager for the Toronto Blue Jays and two-time World Series champion here in Toronto at Christie Pitts Park, and a member of this Toronto Maple Leafs staff as well this season. So really good to see him here at the park. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thomas West here alongside Gus Cousins in a couple minutes. It's the Toronto Maple Leafs and Guelph Royals, a rematch of what was a barn burner game last time out. It was an awesome one, a 14-11 win for the Toronto Maple Leafs. It was back and forth and really a battle of the bullpen. So Maple Leafs fans probably hoping this one's a little bit shorter today, but does not lack the excitement that last time had. With more on this one, let's go to Noam Stryper.
Thanks, Thomas. In the past few seasons, the Leafs have had a trend of getting off to a slow start before heating up right before the playoffs start. This season, things seem a little bit different. The Leafs have gotten off to a pretty fast start, being 2 games above 500 and sitting at 4th in the IBL standings. Now, in my opinion, the catalyst for this has been the timely hitting in the middle of the order, specifically from Jordan Castaldo and Marcus Connect. Castaldo and Connect aren't really your typical power hitters. They hit for average, they get on base a ton, and I would describe them more as complete hitters. Castaldo in particular has walked more than he struck out, showcasing that disciplined approach that manager Rob Butler has been talking about all season long. This approach, combined with the on-base skills from Ryan Dos Santos, the IBL walk leader who sits at the top of the lineup, creates tons and tons of RBI opportunities for the Leafs. For a team that lacks pitching depth, these opportunities become that much more important. And even when Castaldo and Connect aren't hitting home runs, they're keeping the line moving, making the pitchers work, and setting the stage for the rest of the lineup. With this approach, I think the Leafs aren't going to need that surge at the end of the year. They're going to sit near the top of the IBL standings all season long. That's all from me for now. I'll send it back up to the booth. Thanks so much, Thomas.
Well, thanks, Noam. Well, Hennis Alvarado is going to get the ball today for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and this should be a good one. He's been really on fire of late. And we talked about the last-minute meeting between these two teams. A key moment in the first inning is what kind of teed this one up. The 0-1. Connect drills this one to left. High and deep and gone!
And I wonder if they ejected Brandon Deans.
Yeah,
and they did.
He's out of the game. So this is an absolute worst case scenario here for the Guelph Royals. Deans looked like he was going to get out of this inning. It was going to be an absolute escape artist job to get out of that first inning with bases loaded, nobody outs. The Guelph Royals needed innings out of their starting pitcher, Deans. It looked like he'd found it. He was going to give them some innings. Spencer McKinnis steps in here for the Maple Leafs and hits one in the air to center field. This one's pretty deep, carrying to the wall, and it's gone to dead center field. Spencer McKinnis gets his first IBL home run. I have a feeling there's a lot more runs
I do have a feeling. I do have a feeling.
This might be one of them. High, deep, left field, gone. Home runs in back-to-back games for Dan Mara. The 1-2 from King. Moreno drills this one high and deep to right field, and it's gone. Grand slam, Rando Moreno.
I just kept going.
0-2 here on McKinnis. And McKinnis gets into another one. Did he get this one? Yes, sir. Spencer McKinnis. It's 11-9.
Then you add some defense.
2-2. John Javier rips it down the line, and it's gone. Well, it was an offensive outburst from both teams, and Hennis Alvarado trying to stem the tide a little bit, and both teams hoping that there's as many runs in the first inning. But the Brandon Deans ejection right at the beginning of that game, that set the tone, and that's why this game might look a little bit different today.
Absolutely it did. Last time the Guelph Royals were here, well, as you mentioned, an ejection right off the bat. The Guelph Royals struggled. They didn't have a ton of pitchers that day. Brandon Deans was expected to go a few innings for them. He couldn't, evidently. They turned things over to the bullpen, and it was an offensive showcase on both sides. Toronto got the better of it in the end, but for the Guelph Royals, hoping that's not the case today. Hoping a rebound from that offensive loss to the Leafs just a few weeks ago.
J.D. Williams leading things off. Takes the first pitch from Hennis Alvarado. It's been really a tale of two halves of the season so far for Alvarado. Off to a slow start, but the last couple starts have been dynamite for Hennis Alvarado. Williams pops this one up. This one's shallow. Who's coming in to get it? It's Connor Lewis from the center field who comes in to make the catch on that sky-high pop-up by Williams, one away.
And as you were talking about with Alvarado, he was excellent over his last two starts, 11 innings combined, 1 6-inning, 1 5-inning start, 2 runs. He was terrific, 16 strikeouts over those 2 starts against Hamilton and Brantford. His last time out, picking up his first win of the year against the Red Sox. He's looking to keep that going. That was a bit of a blowout win for the Leafs, 15-2. Final score on that one.
Yeah, 16 strikeouts in his last 2 starts for Hennis Alvarado. And that is in large part to the breaking ball. When he has that big, sharp, but still looping breaking ball, it's got a ton of movement on it. When that's going, Johannes Alvarado's going, and he gets a lot of swings and misses with it. Goes with the fastball there and gets strike one on Morrow.
And when Alvarado is at his best, like you said, he's racking up the punchies. He only had 11 strikeouts combined over his first 4 outings of the year.
Morrow takes outside 2-1 now.
When he's locating with that slider inside to righties, inside to lefties, excuse me, it's a really good pitch. We've talked about it immensely. We've seen it a ton. It's one of the best pitches in the IBL when he's on. Hopefully that's the case today.
There's the breaking ball, and he finds the outside corner. Now, one of the things that's been kind of interesting for Johannes Alvarado in his last couple starts is he hasn't necessarily got ahead of a lot of batters. He's had, if you go back to Hamilton, he had a lot of 3-1 counts on some of the batters, but it hadn't really been a problem. He's made big pitches when he needs to. Here's Spencer Ross at third base. What a throw across the diamond. That's out number 2. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Guelph Royals today. So you saw Connor Morrow, the shortstop. He just grounded out. Andy Leader, who's in the box right now. Then Liam Wilson, the first baseman. Matthew Ward, who had a great game last time he was at Christie Pitts. He's catching. Mark Nellis is the DH. Brendan LaRue at second base. Carson Burns is at third. And Ethan Hammond batting ninth and playing left field. Breaking ball from Alvarado. A check swing from Andy Leader. And no swing, says the first base umpire.
And it's pitches like those that are so effective. We've seen it over a number of years now. Check swing there from Leader, as you mentioned, but when bats are swinging over top of that slider, it's one of the best pitches in the IBL.
Andy Leader takes a strike. Leader is hitting .245 to start the season in the Intercounty Baseball League, although we've played enough games now that I think it's time to say we're in the middle stretch of the season rather than at the beginning of the season. 61 at-bats so far this year, though, for Andy Leader.
It is, and he's one of the bats that the Guelph Royals consistently put in the middle of their lineup. He's one heck of a ball player, and they want to get that bat going. It hasn't fully been there for him this season, but the Royals no doubt know from history that he is going to provide some power.
Leader takes the breaking ball from Alvarado, and that one finds the zone. So this is kind of what I've been talking about. Alvarado, he falls behind a batter, but then when he's able to locate that breaking ball for strikes, a lot of the time he's going to get a called strike when he's facing the right-handed batters, and he can throw that over the outside corner. And then kind of the opposite thing when he's facing a left-handed batter, he gets a lot of swing and miss with that ball tailing away from the bat of the left-handed batter. Here's the 2-2, and it just missed. Everyone on the infield for the Maple Leafs wanted it. Johannes Alvarado had made it halfway to the dugout, but he doesn't get the call, and now he's going to have to make one of those clutch pitches we were talking about here in a 3-2 count.
6 umpires in white jerseys all thought that was strike 3, but the only one that mattered was the one wearing black behind the plate. Called it just a little bit outside the zone.
3-2, chopped on the ground to third, foul, just foul, past the outstretched glove of Spencer Ross. Ross back in the lineup and playing third base, and then on the infield he's got Rando Moreno beside him at shortstop, Dan Mara at second base, and Jordan Castaldo playing first. And the outfield, Dos Santos, Lewis, and Connect from left to right. Justin Mara doing the catching. He calls the 3-2 pitch, and Alvarado got him on the outside corner, strike 3 called. A 1-2-3 inning for Johannes Alvarado, who looks sharp to start this outing. We head to the bottom of the first here, 0-0 in Toronto.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. Hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Bernie Arbor Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com, because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
To be the best, you've got to bring performance from every second. The game is getting faster every season. So Rawlings made a time machine to help you keep up. Introducing the all-new Velo ACP. It's light, it's balanced, so you can pick your pitch and drive the ball with maximum exit velocity. The game's gotten faster. Your bat has too.
Well, taking a look at the lineup for the Toronto Maple Leafs, Ryan Dos Santos is going to lead things off. He's in left field. Then John Javier, who's the DH today, batting second. Batting third is Jordan Castaldo, who's been on a tear, one of the league leaders in a lot of the categories in the Intercounty Baseball League right now. And the guy who's right up there with him, Marcus Connect. He's the cleanup hitter. Rando Moreno is at shortstop, batting fifth. Then Justin Mara, who's the catcher. After him is brother Dan at second base. Connor Lewis, who's getting the start in center field today, something we haven't seen yet this season. And Spencer Ross is at third base, batting ninth. This will be an interesting pitching matchup for the Toronto Maple Leafs because they're facing a guy who they know quite well, who started as a member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. That is Sebastian Rodriguez. Things didn't go too well for him here in Toronto. Got released by the team, got picked up by the Guelph Royals, and it looks like he's starting to find it a little bit now in Guelph.
Absolutely. The stuff is there. We've seen it in video. His off-speed pitches, when they are working, there's a lot of vertical break on his slider, and it's a hard slider, one that the Leafs really, really enjoyed, and the reason why they signed him in the first place. And unfortunately, as we've seen in the IBL, while there's only so many international signing spots that you can have, Rodriguez was just at the bottom of the list purely because of, well, they really like Luis Florentino, who replaced him on the roster, and he's been a heck of a pickup for the Maple Leafs in his own right.
Sebastian Rodriguez was well-liked around the clubhouse here in Toronto, so it'll be interesting to see him facing his former team after becoming a Guelph Royal not too long ago. Facing Ryan Dos Santos, who's been the ultimate at getting on base in the Intercounty Baseball League this season. That's what the Maple Leafs want him to do right here. The 0-1, swing and a miss, and Dos Santos finds himself behind 0-2.
We didn't mention it in the top of the first. One of the big names that you don't see at third base today for the Guelph Royals is Garrett Takamatsu. He's not in the starting lineup. Carson Burns is over there filling in for him, but Takamatsu, who's notoriously been a Leaf killer as of late, is not here today for the Guelph Royals.
Yeah, that is a big break for the Maple Leafs, not having to face Garrett Takamatsu. And I could tell right away that Takamatsu wasn't here because when I walked through the outfield to do my daily rounds in the outfield, he was not standing out there chatting with some of his old buddies on the Toronto Maple Leafs, so I figured he must not be here. But
big personality, big figure out there. One of the best third basemen in the league.
The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2, and Ryan Dos Santos has worked the count back to level.
To build off your point about how well-liked Sebastian Rodriguez was on this team, just days after being released by the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Guelph Royals picked him up. There were a number of teams that were interested in him. He signed with Guelph.
Ryan Dos Santos just gets a piece of that one.
And the stuff is definitely there. When he's throwing those off-speed pitches, as I mentioned, they, much like Alvarado, have so much movement. The wildness of his control has been a little bit concerning at times, and we saw that with the Leafs with the walks, but when he is on, he can be a very, very effective starting pitcher.
Here's the 2-2, and it's inside 3-2. Rodriguez has got a lot of velo out there on the mound, which I'm told by some Intercounty Baseball League players isn't really as much of a selling point anymore in the IBL. It's about pairing the velo with secondary pitches, which is something that Sebastian Rodriguez does. That's what makes the 90-plus mile-an-hour fastball important. The 3-2 to Dos Santos, and he gets a pretty good piece of this one. It's hit out to right center field, and it's off the top of the wall. Ryan Dos Santos into second base. He's going to stop right there. Inches away from being a home run, but a good start for the Maple Leafs and Dos Santos as he's on second base.
Great piece of hitting there with a full count, a great swing, and pulling that ball into the right center field gap. One of the negatives towards Sebastian Rodriguez is he does give up his share of contact. He's not a big strikeout guy. That's his 22nd hit of the season allowed in just 14 innings. And Ryan Dos Santos pieced him up, and Dos Santos, who hasn't hit the ball super hard as of late, that swing is in essence to what put him in the All-Star game last year. A lot of swings like that. Besides the walks, he does have some sneaky power, and with his speed, coasted into second base easily there.
He might have actually been out in front of that ball a little bit, but he still got a really good piece of it and drove it towards center. Now, John Javier rips it down the line, but that one's foul.
Definitely early on that one. Pieced it up, just pulled it 15 feet to the left of the third base bag.
Sebastian Rodriguez, since joining the Guelph Royals, has an ERA of 7.71 in 3 games. All of them starts for Guelph. The 0-1. This one's hit in the air. Deep to left field. John Javier has left the ballpark. A big swing on the second batter of the game for the Maple Leafs. John Javier has hit home runs in back-to-back games, and it's 2-0 Toronto.
And that's the type of swing that we've seen so much, so often from John Javier this year. His second home run in his last 3 at-bats dating back to last game. Numerous times this year we've seen him pull that ball off the fence in left field, over that left field fence, and right there he sits back on an off-speed pitch from Rodriguez, times it up perfectly. He was out front of that first swing. We noted that. He sat back there and did not miss it. Ripped it. Hard line drive over that left field fence, and just with the doctor order for the Maple Leafs, an early lead. Going into the top of the second, looking to add on more here.
Yeah, John Javier, it felt like it was kind of the time when he had a really hot start and things were going to start falling off a little bit for him. Boy, that didn't last long. He's swinging the bat really well again. It's back-to-back at-bats that he's hit home runs, too, because last game it was his last at-bat that he hit the home run, so he's timing things up right now. This one also hit well, Jordan Castaldo, but by the way he's running down the first baseline, he knows that one just doesn't quite have enough as J.D. Williams comes over and makes the catch. Jordan Castaldo just missed that ball. He's got plenty of power to hit it out to left field, but he might have got that one a little bit off the end of the bat.
And we've seen him take balls the opposite way quite a bit, not just over the last few games this season, but over his entire career. He is a prolific power hitter going to left field. As a lefty bat, we've seen him hit so many home runs over to the deepest part of this ballpark, which is left center field in that gap near the skate park out there, and just got under that one.
Well, this guy hits from the other side of the plate, but he can also find the skate park. It's Marcus Connect. Fouls one off towards the Maple Leafs dugout on the first pitch.
Connect, another one of these Leafs outfielders who have been hitting the ball quite a bit lately. Middle of the order bat. He's been on a tear, second in the IBL in home runs.
I like this matchup for Marcus Connect, a guy who has velo and he has professional stuff, Sebastian Rodriguez has out there, just about locating it, but former third-round draft pick of the Toronto Blue Jays, Marcus Connect. He's spent his time playing professional baseball as well, and this is a really good matchup we have here in the bottom of the first inning. The 2-1 from Rodriguez, and Connect fouls it off. So boy, Sebastian Rodriguez has dialed in and located some pitches here against Marcus Connect in this at-bat.
And much like what Javier did, if Connect just waits back and thinks he's getting that breaking ball, his swing, the power in left field, it's very similar to what we've seen from John Javier.
2-2, Connect checks his swing. In the past, that's been one of the weak points for Marcus Connect, that breaking ball, but boy, this season he doesn't mind what pitch the pitcher is throwing him. Low breaking balls, he's had the ability to lay off, and the fastball, well, he crushes it if you throw it in the zone. The 3-2 pitch out in front of this one, pokes one towards shortstop, and it goes off the chest of Morrow. Would have been a tough play anyway, and it might go down as a base hit for Marcus Connect.
And even with the foul balls, even with the Castaldo flyout, and now Connect hitting a ground ball up the middle, we've not seen a whole heck of a lot of swing and miss stuff from Sebastian Rodriguez. The Leafs, albeit with one out and then a weak ground ball single up the middle there, that was just a tough play for Connor Morrow. He's not missing many bats, and with his stuff, you look and you think, well, inherently he's going to miss a lot of bats. He has a lot of great movement. He throws hard. To your point, unless they're both working, you can sit and pick on one, and if he's not throwing his fastball for strikes, you eliminate that. You're down to really one or two pitches, the off-speed stuff, and you can wait back on it.
This is Connor Morrow's opposing shortstop, Rando Moreno, at the plate for the Maple Leafs. I was just watching Connor Morrow. He was kind of brushing down some of the dirt that ball hit. I wonder if that might have kicked off a rock or something like that, because Connor Morrow is a pretty sure-handed shortstop for the Guelph Royals, as this one's fouled off by Miranda Moreno.
They were very excited to have Connor Morrow back this season. He wasn't there for the first few games of the year, but when he rejoined the club, the Guelph Royals had a tough start to the year, but since they've pulled it together a little bit. Missing some key players to open the year, but some have come back now.
The 0-2, Moreno flares this one down the line, but it's well foul. Ball sliced out of play over the Maple Leafs bullpen. Talked to a couple of players around the Intercounty Baseball League about Connor Morrow, and when I bring up, who are some of the better players in the IBL, his name gets mentioned quite often from a couple different people.
And rightfully so. His defense alone, forget the offense, his defense alone is superb.
The 0-2 pulled well foul. Randall Moreno was way out in front of that baseball. He actually squared it up, but he hit the ball maybe 3 feet in front of home plate and popped it foul.
He got the barrel around on that one, for sure.
Randall Moreno has really good barrel control. If you watch some of the home runs that he's hit this season, he's out in front of pitches, but he still finds a way to pull it out of the ballpark. He's late on pitches. He still finds a way to slash it down the line. And this time he hits it to center field. He was right on time for that one, and it's caught in front of the warning track by J.D. Williams, who's had to make a couple running catches in this first inning, and there's 2 away.
And that's 2 separate at-bats over the last 2 ball games, or 10 innings, I should say, at this point, where Randall Moreno has pieced up a baseball to the deepest part of the yard, right to the center field fence. And last game with Tyler Duncan ranging back to make a catch with his back up against the center field wall, well, he just did it again there, and he's seeing the ball really well right now, but sometimes those balls just don't drop, and 2 great center fielders in Duncan and Williams, they will catch those more often than not.
I don't know what it is, but I also like this matchup with Rodriguez and Justin Mara. I kind of thought last game against Hamilton was about to be a breakout game for Justin Mara, just with the way he's seeing the ball at the plate, and I would put my money on the line again for Justin Mara today, as he takes a pretty good swing at that one.
Well, to your point, we've seen a lot of the Leafs out front of these pitches from Sebastian Rodriguez, and when Justin Mara and Randall Moreno are at their best, where are they hitting the ball? They're pulling it to right field for power over that right field fence. We've seen them both do it a number of times this year, and they're lining up pitches from Rodriguez and hitting them.
That pitch on the outside corner, and elicits a little bit of a sigh from Justin Mara in the batter's box after he saw that pitch get called a strike. So now he's behind at the count 1-2.
He's been behind the plate for so many years, he'd know better than most what he thinks an outside strike looks like.
The 1-2, Mara chops it foul off to the right. Brother Dan is on deck. Dan Mara is having a great year, hitting .319 on the season.
Provided a little bit of pop, too, at the bottom of the Leafs lineup, something that has been happening all throughout this year.
The 1-2, Mara swings and misses. Fooled by that breaking ball, so that's going to end the inning. But John Javier touches them all in the first and gives Toronto a 2-0 lead over Guelph. Well, taking a look at the pitching matchup we have today, 2 hard throwers with good secondary stuff as well. This is the stats for Sebastian Rodriguez with his new team, the Guelph Royals, at ERA of 7.71, and Wilhenis Alvarado, whose ERA sits at 5.57 on the season. But if you take the last 2 starts, he's almost been perfect over the innings that he's pitched. Hasn't given up much of anything in his outing. So for the Guelph Royals, the game against the Toronto Maple Leafs was kind of the start of a losing streak for them. They go on to lose 5 games in a row after losing here at Christie Pitts the last time they were here. In a game they felt kind of hard done by. They scored 11 runs but still didn't win the game, and then the losing streak continued, and they were losing against teams that they thought they should have won against. Teams like Kitchener, they played twice, and then Brantford. Well, they had a little bit of redemption over the last couple games. They played Brantford again. They won. And if you look at the runs for and runs scored on that graphic, you can see that that was a little bit of a problem for the Guelph Royals in their last couple in that 7-game losing streak. But they've been a lot better all round over the last few, averaging 12 runs a game on that 3-game win streak. That's going to be hard to beat if you're scoring 12 runs a game.
It will be very hard to beat, and it certainly helps when you go out and you smoke the Kitchener Panthers, scoring 22 runs in the launching pad that is Jack Couch Park out west. That one looked like it hurt.
That one ran inside and hit the first baseman, Liam Wilson, and that will be the first base runner for the Guelph Royals, and it comes at a good time. Nobody out. Top of the second, and they're trying to get 2 back after the home run in the bottom half of the first.
Liam Wilson, who just got hit, is looking to fill some very big shoes over at first base for the Guelph Royals this year. We've talked about it a lot before. Josh Garton no longer with the team, out of the league. And Liam Wilson, a heck of a ball player, previously with the Kitchener Panthers. But man, oh man, is it hard to step into those shoes of Josh Garton. Very big shoes, literally and figuratively over there. But he's a man with a lot of power, and the Guelph Royals think, hey, we lose one superbly all-star player and Josh Garton, well, Liam Wilson's pretty dang good as well.
Yeah, he sure is. He was one of the better players in the league, especially power-wise, last season playing with Kitchener, and now he's bringing some of that over to the Guelph Royals this season. Off to a great start, hitting .294. But this guy's off to an even better start to the season, Matthew Ward. The 45 at-bats he's had, hitting .333 from the catching position. This one's to third base, Spencer Ross. What a play, 5th to 2nd for 1, on to first, not in time. Oh, Spencer Ross made a heck of a play to glove that ball and then to throw it over as well. And that's a big first out for the Leafs.
It is, and what goes unnoticed on a play like that is, sure, you didn't turn the double play. That's a heck of a play by Ross to prevent that ball from going down the line. If that gets past him in left field, Ryan Dos Santos is going to have to run a long way to chase that ball down, and that more than likely will turn into a double. So by preventing that ball from hitting the outfield grass, well, one, you get an out on the play, a heck of a throw to second base, Dan Mara covering, but also it keeps the double play in order now for the next man coming up to the plate, and Mark Nellis. So it's a great all-around play by Spencer Ross, even though it is just a fielder's choice.
First pitch to Nellis, tapped foul. Yeah, it's a great point on Spencer Ross. And just to expand on that, I mean, Spencer Ross hasn't played baseball in a week, and he's over there at third base. He's made a couple of really good plays at third to start the ball game. Last played against Welland on June 21st. This one's on the ground. Spencer Ross isn't going to get this one, and neither is Rando Moreno, although he probably thought he should have. That one went right under his glove, and now there's 2 aboard with 1 away. And Johannes Alvarado is going to have to work out of this jam.
Yeah, on a play like that, I think Rando Moreno just came up a little bit too quick on the ball. His only play there was going to be a jump throw to first base, and he pulled his glove up, another backhand play. He was ranging to his right, and with a little bit of speed there, he just yanked his glove a little bit too high. The ball squeaks right under it. And going back to Spencer Ross for a moment, yeah, he's had 2 tough plays, both backhands, both long throws, 1 to first, 1 to second. He looks no more worse for wear than he was a week ago as he was facing off against the Jackfish.
Swing and a miss at the first pitch from Johannes Alvarado. This is Brando LaRue, who's hitting .222 on the season.
He's another really good ball player that the Guelph Royals are lucky to have, who just hasn't found it consistently this season.
Throw back to first, not in time. That was a really good throw by Justin Mara. But, you know, Jordan Castaldo, you could see him talking to Justin Mara there. Mara, I think, is a little bit annoyed that Jordan Castaldo didn't get over there quicker. I think the pickoff play was on, and I'm not sure that sign got picked up at first base.
I think you're absolutely right about that. It was a pre-planned play for sure.
Now the pitch in the dirt, 2-1.
And that's the kind of smart catcher that Justin Marr is. He sees after a couple pitches, man, the runner at first is getting a heck of a leadoff over there. Well, we have a really good catcher and a really good first baseman. Let's try and backpick him. Nobody's expecting it with a runner on second. You'd think, if anything, he's more focused on Matthew Ward at second base. But no, the backpick almost worked. A good swipe tag by Castaldo, but just a little bit late.
This one hammered down the line, and it might have got a piece of the third base coach down the line as well.
It did.
So you talked about Brando LaRue. He hasn't really got it going yet this season. That's absolutely the case, but there's evidence to suggest that he will. He's a career 300 hitter in the Intercounty Baseball League. He hit .291 last season, was quite good, a home run and 14 RBIs. And I think this is a guy where it's just a matter of time before he finds it. Maybe now, as he lines one up the middle for a base hit. Connor Lewis fields this ball. The stop sign is being put on at third base. So station to station go the Guelph Royals. And with one out, they've loaded the bases in the top of the second.
And unfortunately, against a team with some good offensive capabilities like the Guelph Royals, all it's taken is one real line drive hit to load the bases. First pitch of the inning hits the Guelph leadoff batter, and then a weak ground ball just to the right of Rando Moreno that he'll probably admit he should have had, and the first real hit of the inning. Well, now the bases are unloaded with one out, and Wilhelmus Alvarado has seen this type of trouble before. Have to work out of it once again.
Alvarado gets a lefty in Burns here, which is a good sign for the Maple Leafs. Alvarado would love a sharply hit ground ball hit at an infielder, but a strikeout would work too.
Another lefty on deck in Ethan Hammond. If there's two batters you want to face, it's the 8-9 hitters of this Royals lineup, both lefties, both not with a ton of power. But he'll have to throw a strike in order to get some outs here.
This will probably be the batter that defines the outing for Wilhelmus Alvarado. If you looked at how things have gone for him coming into this game, you probably wouldn't think that Alvarado would have had a bad outing here against Guelph. Well, this batter right here, Burns, if he can get him, that might determine whether Alvarado goes 6 innings scoreless or has trouble getting out of this inning.
An interesting thing I noticed pregame is when Wilhelmus Alvarado was making his way down to the dugout before going to the mound, well, Luis Florentino is also here today, and he was throwing very lightly down in that bullpen right as the start commenced for Alvarado. So I wonder a little bit if they're thinking, well, maybe we piggyback off of Alvarado depending how many pitches he throws early. You got a lot of games coming up, and like we said, command can be a little bit of an issue at time for some of these pitchers, Alvarado included. The last thing you want to do is walk in a run.
I'm not sure if they'll go to Luis Florentino today, but I am told he will be available out of the bullpen over this stretch of games coming up for the Maple Leafs. So that could be as soon as today.
Feels like every weekend this year they've had 3-3 Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's been a tough stretch in the schedule.
The 3-1. This one's hit on the ground to second base. Dan Mara flips to first for one. Back to first base, not in time. This will score a run for the Guelph Royals. To second, of course, was the first throw, so that's where the out is recorded. And Guelph has cut the lead in half.
And unfortunately, bad luck for Alvarado there as Rob Butler makes his way out to the mound to talk with him about something. It was just too softly a hit ball, and like we said, the Royals have been putting guys on base, not ripping the heck out of the ball. It's been a couple lackluster swings here and there with a line drive hit up the middle mixed in, but a ground ball that a couple miles an hour harder off the bat, more than likely a double play ball, perfectly positioned by Dan Mara, a good throw by Moreno. It's just Carson Burns runs pretty well down that first baseline, and right there he got the Guelph Royals a run, a very important run to cut the lead to 1.
Alvarado still a chance to get out of this with limited damage. Another lefty in Ethan Hammond. A pitch in the dirt. Justin Mara does a good job to keep that one in front of him. And now it's 1-0 on Hammond.
There have been a few more off-speed pitches spiked this inning than we saw in the first inning, which was pretty quick by Alvarado. He's just missing his spot getting on top of that ball, and that's what happens when you're trying to bite off that slider in his case. You get on top of it a little bit too much. It's meant to be more of a horizontal break, but when you get on top of it, it breaks down further. That's what we've seen this inning.
The 1-0, Hammond fouls this one off to the left. Ethan Hammond comes into this game hitting .220 on the season. He's had 50 at-bats. 7 strikeouts in those 50 at-bats this year, something he doesn't do much.
Split some time in the outfield with Ashton Patterson. Has he, who's not in the lineup tonight for the Guelph Royals.
The 1-1 well outside. Well, Alvarado might need to make at least one more good breaking ball to get out of this inning. You can tell that he's got a little bit of fatigue just because he's had to throw so many pitches in the inning. Pitch count up around 35. There's a swing and a miss. That was a good pitch from Alvarado, and now the count's 2-2.
Hammond helped him out there quite a bit, a 2-1 count. You got to think that you're waiting for your pitch, and Hammond, of half-hearted swing, wanted to stop as soon as he broke the plate, but just kept going, and 1 strike away now for Alvarado, an important one.
Here's the 2-2. Swinging a chopper towards first. Castaldo waits for it, gloves it in fair territory. Good break for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Castaldo kind of framing that ball to make sure he got the call. That was a fair ball. But the Guelph Royals do score 1, so they cut the lead in half for the Toronto Maple Leafs. But a good job by Wilhenis Alvarado to work out of it. It's 2-1 here at Christie Pitts.
Get ready, Hamilton. It's the 2025 IBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game. Hosted by the Hamilton Cardinals at beautiful Bernie Arbor Stadium. Watch the league's top sluggers crush moonshots in the Derby. Then see the best of the best go head-to-head under the lights in the All-Star Game. Grab your tickets now at HamiltonCardinals.com, because this summer, the stars shine brightest in Hamilton.
Well, the Toronto Maple Leafs work out of it, and Gus, you wanted to touch on something that happened to finish out that inning with Jordan Castaldo at first base.
I did, and it's something that we've seen a number of times this year from Jordan Castaldo on those weak hit balls right up the first baseline. A lot of first basemen, when you know it's going to be an easy play, they sit back, they wait for the perfect hop. What Castaldo does pretty consistently is he'll jog in on that play, he'll run in, and he'll get that ball in fair territory. He won't even let the ball think about spin and foul. As you see, he's about 3 feet in front of the base there. It was going to be a ground ball out regardless, one would think, but he gets in front of the base, he gets right up to that ball, and he makes it an even easier play for him. And it's something that a lot of first basemen will sit back and wait, and the ball will go foul. It's not something that Castaldo lets happen, and it's why he's such a good first baseman for the Maple Leafs.
Dan Mara at the plate now as he foul tips that ball. Dan Mara. Mara takes low.
It's such an easy play that you cannot think one iota about, and you just let happen. And if the ball goes foul, well, he got jammed and the ball went foul. But Castaldo to range on those, it's a very smart play.
Mara chops one foul onto the hillside.
There's a lot of baseball IQ on the Leafs roster overall, but especially on the infield. Mara, we've talked about behind the plate. His brother Dan at second, Jordan at first. Rando Moreno, the former AAA shortstop, now playing shortstop for the Maple Leafs, and Spencer Ross over at third. All very, very smart ball players.
The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, something that rarely happens. Dan Mara strikes out, and there's one away. I almost wonder if the Maple Leafs have a little extra pep in their step today. Cito Gaston is at the ballpark. He's part of the management group of this Toronto Maple Leafs team, which I thought was a really cool addition, and just to bring into some knowledge, especially in the Toronto area. He's very well liked, but I think there's a lot of Toronto Maple Leafs players that are out there today thinking it's pretty cool that they're playing in front of Cito Gaston. I was watching Cito down by the Maple Leafs dugout. All of them were going to take photos with him, say hello to the former Toronto Blue Jays manager, and not a bad guy to kind of talk some baseball with, and also a guy that you probably want to perform well in front of too.
Absolutely. Another member of this organization with a couple World Series rings alongside Rob Butler.
Connor Lewis drills this one to left field. It's hooking foul. Foul ball. It was close, but it was foul by maybe 10 feet down the line.
That just shows the pop that Connor Lewis possesses in his bat. When he turns on a pitch that he likes, he can hit it a mile, and we've seen him do it a number of times at the end of last season for the Maple Leafs. That big walk-off win against Brantford, a home run hit by him. There's a lot of power to the pull side for Connor Lewis.
Oh, he does it again, but this one's a little bit more foul to the left.
Well, now he's just showing off.
11 career home runs for the Maple Leafs center fielder Connor Lewis.
In limited playing time over the last couple seasons, he's been very, very good. Not just with the bat, but defensively too. Sometimes it's hard to find your rhythm when you're only playing once a week, but for him, he's been excellent.
Pulls it to third, off the third base bag. It goes into the outfield. Connor Lewis was thinking about second, but puts on the brakes on the turn, and he's got himself, Gus, a well-earned single.
Absolutely, and Guelph caught a bit of a break there with that ball popping up in the air when it hit the third base bag. If that ball goes over down that line, well, Connor Lewis is absolutely standing on second base right now, but it popped up in the air, went just far enough towards the Guelph Royals left fielder for him to come in and throw that ball in quickly. And Lewis with some serious speed. 9 times out of 10, or probably more than that, he's on second base right now. But luckily for the Guelph Royals, the double play is in order, and comes Spencer Ross, the 9-hitter.
Ross takes inside. That was one of the rare times that you see a ball hitting a base actually hurt the batter.
Yes, absolutely.
That ball had a lot of juice on it. Yeah, hope that third base bag's okay. Connor Lewis drilled it.
He hit it hard.
But Ethan Hammond did a really good job. He was, as soon as that ball was hit, he was sprinting over to come and cut that ball off, and that's why Connor Lewis is standing up first.
It's little plays like that, I'm telling you, that make up the larger part of the game. It's something you don't notice right away. Oh, it's just a single. Well, it could have been a double, and then he could have scored on a base hit. Things change in an instant in this game, and when lucky breaks happen right there for the Guelph Royals, well, you got to take advantage of it. Get a ground ball here, turn 2, and you're out of the inning.
And Spencer Ross gets a lot of base hits as he flares this one towards the outfield. Like that one more. And there's runners on first and second here with one away.
There's a lot of similarity in the swings between Dan Mara and Spencer Ross. They will hit the ball to every part of the ballpark. They both have a little bit of sneaky pop. They're big doubles hitters, I should say. And how many times have we seen Dan Mara come up clutch and shoot the ball through the right side? Spencer Ross does it right there over the second baseman's head. They don't have to be hard hit. They just have to be hit hard enough. And a case like that, Spencer Ross breaks through, and now you have 2 men on the top of the lineup.
They also both don't strike out very often, although Spencer Ross has struck out more this season than he did last year with the Kitchener Panthers. But over his career in 52 games, just 30 strikeouts.
It's an interesting phenomenon. There are a couple really good ex-Kitchener Panther ball players in this game. Spencer Ross coming over in a trade. Liam Wilson we talked about. Andy Leader was a Kitchener Panther at one point.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Here's the 0-1 to Dos Santos, and it's in there for strike 2.
And at Jack Couch Park, we always refer to it as the launching pad. Well, there's a lot of good offensive seasons that happen there. Just look no further than Raul Gonzalez over the last number of years, the longtime Kitchener Panthers shortstop who's no longer with the club. A lot of good hitters coming out of Jack Couch.
Dos Santos slices that one foul off the backstop. Well, Ryan Dos Santos found himself in this position in his last at-bat, but he does what Ryan Dos Santos does, and he worked it to a 3-2 count and then drilled one off the wall. Hit it as far as you could possibly hit it in Christie Pitts without it being a home run. So we'll see what Rodriguez does this time on the 0-2 pitch. And he misses outside.
There have been some very loud hits and very loud outs so far this game. Some fly balls deep to center field that have gotten past Williams, and also one that he's caught off the bat of Rando Moreno. A lot of loud contact so far.
The 1-2, swing and a miss. Back pick to second base, not in time. It goes down as a strikeout for Rodriguez. And here comes John Javier.
And you got to wonder if you're Rodriguez out there on the mound. Well, there's been a lot of hard hit balls that have come off his off-speed pitches. Javier sitting back, ripping one in left field. Lewis ripping two hard hit fouls, then one down the line. Moreno sitting back and ripping one to center field. Dos Santos hitting the gap. All come off his lightweight stuff. So you wonder if he goes back to his fastball a little bit more moving forward. See if he can get some swings and misses.
There's a swing and a miss by John Javier.
And as soon as I say that, he bites off a very nasty slider right there. And it's a pitch like that, a couple inches higher, that Javier took yard last time he was at the plate.
The 0-1 inside. So John Javier's got 5 home runs now this season. I guess in his intercounty baseball league careers. He's a rookie this year, so that would make him tied for 5th in the IBL in home runs.
I think he can easily finish the year in double digits. I think it's such an easy, clean, quick swing. If he keeps it going, and that's a big if because he's playing so well right now, but he can easily hit double digits.
The 1-1, chopped towards third. Burns has it. Beats Lewis to beats Lewis to the bag, but didn't touch the bag. He touched Connor Lewis. A little bit of fun they had at third base, and that will end the inning. So Sebastian Rodriguez is able to work out of a little bit of a jam, and that's big for the longevity of his outing. And it's a tight ball game here at Christie Pitts. 2-1 Toronto. J.D. Williams is going to lead things off for the Guelph Royals. Here in the third inning, Johannes Alvarado back on the mound. Williams, the leadoff hitter for Guelph. Alvarado got into the second inning with limited damage. He had the bases loaded and a bit of a sticky situation. Almost got the double play to get out of it, but instead had to settle for a couple ground balls to get out of the inning, and did a nice job. It's looking good to start this outing. Williams takes a strike at the knees.
Yeah, his pitch count got up there a little bit in the second inning, a little bit stressful for Alvarado out on the mound, but limited the damage to 1, which is big. He scored 2 right away in the bottom of the first.
That's pitch number 37 that Wilhannes Alvarado just threw, and it's 2-1 on Williams.
And that's the beauty of having such a quick first inning, 3 up, 3 down. Well, you got a few more pitches to work with when things go sideways, and Alvarado used them in the second.
The 2-1. This one's hit towards a gap by J.D. Williams, and that one is going to get down. It rolls to the wall. Williams makes the turnaround first. He heads into second, and he's there with a double.
Good piece of hitting there, hitting it the opposite way from J.D. Williams. Sat back on it, got the barrel out and ripped it to the right center field gap. For a split second, I thought Connect might have had a chance to go for it, but just way too far out of his reach. The ball, a line drive hit right to the fence. Rattled up against that Krispy Kreme sign out in right center field, and the Royals once again have a first batter of the inning reach. Last inning was hit by pitch. This time is a one base batter double, and J.D. Williams being on second base at the top of the lineup.
So Williams is 1 for 2 today. Morrow pops this one into foul territory. I don't think anyone's going to be able to get that one, as it was just over the fence out of play. That double for J.D. Williams, already his 5th of the season. Make that his 6th extra base hit. And he's hitting .311 now.
What's the 6th extra base hit? Was it a triple or a home run?
Homer.
Oh, I love a good triple.
0-1 here on the shortstop, Connor Morrow. That pitch inside, so it's level at 1-1.
It's interesting to see Morrow square around there. I wonder if that's more him squaring around on his own than any particular play with nobody out and down by 1 in the third. It's very early to be playing for that tie, but giving up an out, the Leafs will gladly take that at this point in the ball game.
Morrow tips that one foul towards the Leafs dugout, and the count's 1-2.
And that all but confirms that it was just Morrow looking for a perfect pitch to get the bat barrel out and ground one up the third baseline there. 2-strike count, gonna hit away, but
Morrow has just 2 hits in his first 19 at-bats, a season that's just getting started for Morrow. So he's hitting 100 on the season. Alvarado's 1-2. Morrow hits it right back to him. Oh, that hit the foot of Morrow as he was coming out of the batter's box, so that's going to be a foul ball.
He ripped that right into his front left foot. He has that shin guard on, but if you hit it right off the toe, there's nothing you can do to prevent that. And I think that's right where it got him, as he's limping a little bit getting back to right-handed batter's box.
Yeah, and this is not a sell job from Connor Morrow. You could tell by the way that ball came out of the batter's box. That certainly didn't come off his bat. So he'll regroup and face this 2-strike count against Alvarado, where that breaking ball is definitely in play. Any pitch over the outer half, you're going to have to protect with the risk of it curling into the strike zone. The 1-2. Well, that time it almost curled into his foot, and maybe it did. Well, he's going to tell the umpire that this one hit him too, but out of the hand of Wilhannes Alvarado. He said it hit him on the other foot. I don't think the umpire is going to bite, though, but he will go check with his committee to see if anyone else saw it.
I always wonder about this play, because a lot of what hit by pitches are, if you don't see it right away, is did you hear it? Well, in this case, neither base ump is going to hear it. They're far enough away, and it's such a soft sound that no one's going to hear it. So I always wonder, well, unless either one of them definitively saw the ball ricochet off a part of the player's jersey or body, how can you overturn this call, even though it very well may have hit him, as he's made his way down the first base line? And they're calling him back. They are calling him back, and I think that's what happened. The home plate umpire just didn't see the ball hit him, and Joel Estevez and Chris Tilger didn't hear it or see it either, and The call stands.
There's no way that the base umpires could have definitively seen it. I'm just wondering if when Morrow was leaning over his body, he might have been blocking the view, because he said it hit that. Well, no, he's saying it hit him on the back foot, so I feel like the umpire maybe could have seen that. So maybe he's just going to say it didn't hit him.
I will say that's the perfect pitch I would have thrown if I was Alvarado. You see Morrow just rip one off his front foot, ball go down and in again. You know he doesn't want to rip another one into his foot, and otherwise it's going to be a ground ball to third base, and you can get people to swing over that pitch. It's a hard slider, and he didn't there, but it was the right idea for sure.
The 2-2 went right back to it, and he grounds a foul up the third baseline.
And I guarantee you that's exactly what he was trying to do with that previous pitch that almost nicked him. Go down and in. It's a tough sport, and unfortunately, Morrow, I know his foot is still reeking of that foul ball, but if you're the Maple Leafs and you're Alvarado, bust him down and in. Keep doing it. It's clearly not comfortable for him, and that's how you get some outs.
The 2-2. Ground ball to third. Spencer Ross picks it up, whips to first, check the runner as well. So he holds him at second base, and there's one down.
Great pitch right there from Alvarado. Bust him in once again. Third pitch in a row. Weak ground ball to third base. Morrow wasn't sprinting as hard as I'm sure he usually would down that first baseline. Ross looks the runner back. Another heads-up play by Spencer Ross. An easy play to make. It was right to him, took it on the bounce, but gunned it over quick. Even with a hobbling Morrow, that's still faster than many people in the IBL.
The Toronto Maple Leafs admitted that if there was one pitcher that they haven't played the best defense for, it's been Wilhelmus Alvarado this season. They feel kind of bad because that's kind of extended into last season as well. Maybe it's just the fact that he induces a lot of ground balls, and that can sometimes be tough on the infield here at Christie Pitts. But today, that's not been the case. I mean, you could look at a play by Rando Moreno that maybe he should have made, and that got Wilhelmus Alvarado in some trouble in the second inning. But what Spencer Ross has done at third base today, that is a good sign for Wilhelmus Alvarado. He loves to see that. 0-2 on Andy Leader, the number 3 hitter for Guelph. Hits one to third. Ross makes another play. Whips to first in time. Hey, stay hot at third base, Spencer Ross. He makes another great play. Maybe that one the best of the day. And there's 2 away.
Gets down on one knee, slides into it, and another strong throw. Building off your previous point, yeah, unfortunately, when you have a guy like Alvarado who gives up a lot of weak contact, fly balls sometimes, but predominantly ground balls, en masse, you're going to have more of them while there's going to be more tough plays and there's going to be a few more errors made. It's like being a fly ball pitcher at Coors Field. Unfortunately, you give up enough fly balls, well, the ball is going to fly. Here in the case of Christie Pitts, there's been an infinite amount of tough hops that we've seen ever since they've started playing here, and with Alvarado giving up ground ball after ground ball, it's plays like that from Spencer Ross that are going to help win some ball games behind the pitching of Wilhelmus Alvarado for sure.
Spencer Ross is turning out to be a really important player on this Maple Leafs team this season. Here's the power hitting first baseman, Liam Wilson. And he takes a strike, and Alvarado's got out in front of a couple hitters here. This time it's Wilson, and it's 0-2. Liam Wilson did not like that call, visibly frustrated in the batter's box.
You've thrown 2 really good off-speed pitches to Wilson with the power he has. Throw a waste pitch here, a high fastball, something outside the zone, something he can't park.
Or how about a breaking ball on the back foot? Did he go? No, says the umpire in the base path.
Almost got him to bite and swing right over that slider.
I'm going to be honest, Gus. I was pretty sure he was going to go back to that breaking ball. He's feeling that pitch really well after that at bat against Connor Morrow. I'm wondering if that's something he does a little bit more to these right-handed hitters today.
Ultimately, exactly. It's what he's most comfortable with. I would be a little bit concerned just that Wilson's now seen 3 of them. Might sit back and pull it. He goes right back to it outside there.
I think he meant to put that one inside, though. He just missed with it on the arm side, with Wilhelmus Alvarado being the lefty.
And to your point about Spencer Ross, when they acquired him in the offseason in exchange for Charlie Towers, well, they knew what they had in Charlie Towers, a very gifted offensive infielder. Spencer Ross hit the snot out of the ball with the Kitchener Panthers last year, and they just thought, well, Ross fits a little bit better on the Christie infield, and he's done terrific this season.
Wilson, a high chopper to third. Who else but Ross? He dives. Oh, and he didn't tag him. He did not tag the runner that was coming to the third base. Spencer Ross thought that if he was going to throw that ball over to the first place, it was going to be a tougher play than tagging the runner coming by him. Liam Wilson was scooting down the first baseline, and this inning will continue.
I think that's a play that Spencer Ross had more time than he anticipated he would have. Wilson is not the fastest guy on this Guelph Royals team by any stretch, and by the time that ball came down, it was a high hop. He gloved it. Wilson was just now getting to the halfway point up that first baseline, 45 feet or so. I think Ross, with his strong arm, could have got him at first base, but I also think he was close enough with Williams there. It's a 50-50 play, but looking back on it, I'm sure Spencer would say, man, I could have gone that ball over to first. Wilson doesn't run very well.
Well, the defense has got Wilhennis Alvarado in a little bit of trouble again, and we'll see if he can work out of it scoreless this time. This is the catcher, Matthew Ward. Ward has one home run on the season, and it came right here at Christie Pitts the last time the Guelph Royals were here. He hit it to dead center field. The 1-0, Ward with a big swing. Foul tips it into the glove of the catcher, Justin Mara.
I believe that's
Justin Mara for some of these pitches that Wilhennis Alvarado is throwing too. We've seen picked out a lot of strategy that's happening. A lot of that's Justin Mara calling the game behind the plate as well.
Absolutely, it is. Much of this pitching staff puts so much faith in the veteran catcher.
Well, Alvarado is one pitch away from getting out of this top of the third and keeping it a Maple Leafs lead.
I was going to say, I believe out of the 8 outs that the Leafs have recorded, 4 of them have been to Spencer Ross, and that was the 5th play right there that was hit to him. That was almost another one.
And we're only in the top of the third. The 1-2 to Ward. Just outside. Alvarado was hoping that one would get called for a strike. Now he regroups, takes a breath, gets the sign from Justin Mara. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. The back foot slider got him again. Wilhennis Alvarado has used his bread and butter to get him out of a couple situations in this game. This time he does it with the strikeout. It's the Maple Leafs who lead by 1 over Guelph, and their bats coming up. Welcome back to Dominico Field. Nice night for a ball game here at Christie Pitts. Not too hot, not too cold. A little bit of a breeze blowing in from center field, knocking that baseball down just a little bit. That's what happened last time. Jordan Castaldo was at the plate, just missed a ball, hitting it to opposite field as he hit one off the end of the bat to J.D. Williams in center. The 0-1. And this one's hit a little bit better to center field. It falls for a base hit. And Jordan Castaldo continues to see that batting average climb as he reaches first base to lead off the inning. So Marcus Connect, ever since the last time the Maple Leafs played the Guelph Royals, he's been on a tear. 37 at-bats, a .432 batting average, and 6 home runs. 4 of them came in consecutive games to go along with 17 RBIs. It felt like that win for the Maple Leafs and that first inning home run that Marcus Connect hit against the Guelph Royals last time out was a turning point in his season, and ever since he's been maybe the hottest hitter in the Intercounty Baseball League. First pitch to Connect, check swing, it's in the dirt. Jordan Castaldo is going to move up to second base. He read that one perfectly, didn't get away very much from the catcher Ward. And now there's a runner in scoring position from one of the best RBI guys in the Intercounty Baseball League in Marcus Connect.
One of the best, if not the best, outfielder offensively this season in the IBL. He's second in home runs behind Robert Mullen, but that Welland catcher is hitting the lights out of the baseball this season. It's hard to top, but Connect in the outfield has been terrific.
This time he pops it up, and the Guelph Royals may have escaped danger. Sebastian Rodriguez calling for it. Oh, and it's the first baseman, Liam Wilson, who comes in out of nowhere and makes the catch. That was almost disaster on the infield for Guelph, but they make the play anyway. And there's one down.
I would not want to be out on the mound when a man like Liam Wilson is trucking in at me. I would want to get my tail right out of there. And luckily for the Guelph Royals, somebody came down with that ball. There were 5 of them closing in on that pop-up, and I would say they catch a break, but that is a ball that should be caught 110% of the time on the infield.
Liam Wilson is 6'2", 215 pounds. With an OPS over 900, if that makes him sound bigger.
It does. It absolutely does. He looks like a tight end out there at first base.
Rando Moreno gets into this one, drills it down the line, and foul. It just kept on hooking. The wind wasn't helping it. And Rando Moreno just missed one.
It had the distance, and that's the power that we've seen. You mentioned it earlier on, Thomas, that clean, crisp swing that Rando Moreno possesses from that left side, the bat-to-ball skills. He can be early on a pitch like he was right there and still rips it a mile, and unfortunately that's the third hard-hit ball that's just gone for home run distance, but not gone over the home run fence for the Leafs. 2 from Lewis and now 1 from Moreno.
The 0-1 from Rodriguez finds the zone 0-2. I think it boils down to he just uses his hands really well. He gets his hands to the baseball as well as anybody in the Intercounty Baseball League.
And even defensively, you got to be a good hands guy out there at shortstop. A lot of balls are coming your way, and one translates into the other. Good bat-to-ball skills, good hand-eye.
Foul tips it at home plate.
He's a handy guy to have on your team, and the offense he's provided them this season has been a big, big spark plug in the 3-hole, and the 2-hole, and the 5-hole. It doesn't matter where you plug him in. He's going to hit the baseball.
Rando Moreno has a wide assortment of big league bats that he's acquired over his time playing minor league baseball. And they're not all the exact same, too. He doesn't really mind what kind of lumber he's using. He can hit with anything. Not this time, though. Sebastian Rodriguez gets him on a good pitch over the outside corner, and that's the second out of the inning.
And that's the Rodriguez fastball that we've talked about, sitting in the low 90s. It's a hard pitch to hit on its own, but you paint that outside corner off of the lefty bat of Rando Moreno. It's a pitch that only you're going to be able to foul off, down that left field line. We've seen a couple Leafs do it, but blew it by Moreno right there. That's the high-end stuff that Rodriguez possesses at times, and the key point is at times. He can't always locate it, but when he does, it's really, really good.
Justin Mara at the plate now. He's 0 for 1. He struck out in his last at-bat. Sebastian Rodriguez hasn't had that A-plus start yet with the Guelph Royals. There's always been a couple earned runs here and there that he might have wanted to have back. He's still got a chance to do that here against the Maple Leafs, but he's got to get through Justin Mara first as this ball gets through the catcher Ward to the backstop. That'll get Castaldo up to third base. That's big because Jordan Castaldo doesn't score on a lot of singles hit in the outfield. And the Guelph Royals outfield knows that. They're playing really far back against Justin Mara. So now they can comfortably know that a single will score Castaldo, but either way, that may be the difference between a run or not for the Maple Leafs. Here's the 1-1. Justin Mara hits this one high, deep, right field. See you later. Justin Mara gets the big hit he was waiting for and doubles the run total for the Maple Leafs. It's 4-1.
And you said it, partner, early on. It's a favorable matchup from that left side, facing a predominantly off-speed pitcher in Sebastian Rodriguez. How many Leafs have pulled the ball, and how many of them have pulled it hard this game? Well, Mara, when he is at the best of his game, offensively, he is pulling that ball high over that right field fence, and he does it again right there. Sits back, waits on that Rodriguez slider, and yanks it, and that's something that Mara has been looking forward to over the last few games, has not been himself at the plate. Doubles the Leafs score. It's now 4-1, and after getting 2 outs quickly, Rodriguez gives up another home run.
Justin Mara has now moved into a tie for 7th all-time in Inter-County Baseball League home runs. That is his 83rd career home run.
We've been so privileged watching so many of these powerful ball players play here at Christie Pitts over the years. Justin Mara is a name that you might forget about a little bit. You talk about Jordan Castaldo, you've talked about Jonathan Salazzo. Heck, you go back, you talk about Sean Riley and the power that he possessed with the Maple Leafs. Justin Mara is just as good as many of these hitters from the left-hand side. The power that he possesses as a catcher, no less, is quite something to watch, and it's a very big moment for him here.
Well, Sean Riley, as you mentioned, just happens to be first in the total home run department. He's got 207 in his Inter-County Baseball League career. Chopper to short. Good play by Morrow as he whips it over to first base, and that will end the inning. But the Maple Leafs get a clutch home run and one that moves Justin Mara up the leaderboard. His 83rd home run in his Inter-County Baseball League career. Good for 7th all-time, and he's all smiles in the Maple Leafs dugout. Lots of milestones on the brink of being broken here with the Toronto Maple Leafs. That one, the latest by Justin Mara. He's now tied for 7th all-time in home runs in the Inter-County Baseball League. He's got 83. Jordan Castaldo, he's broken a record the other day, moved up the leaderboard to 3rd all-time in RBIs, and now 1 RBI later, if he gets it today, that will be 500 for Jordan Castaldo in his Inter-County Baseball League career. So lots of history on the line, and it will be all season long as we watch some of these great Toronto Maple Leafs and just great IBL players in general take the field here at Christie Pitts. Mark Nellis is going to lead things off for the Guelph Royals. Takes a first pitch strike from Wilhennis Alvarado, who worked out of some trouble in his last inning.
Slider that was just a little bit up there, and Alvarado is a man we've seen the Leafs use a lot over the last 2 seasons, pitching in a triple digits numerous times. A lot of innings eaten by the Leafs lefty.
Yeah, and a start against Hamilton, he was, I think it was 117 pitches he threw in that outing. Maple Leafs just kept going back to him, and he kept on producing. As here's a ground ball past Spencer Ross at third base, who's been a busy man today.
And as we say that, a number of Leafs in the bullpen get up and start moving around. I wouldn't be shocked if they only want 5 innings out of Wilhennis tonight. Let's put together another good start so far as we enter the 4th inning.
Nellis chops one to first. Castaldo fields this one, but this time he's going to have to field it in foul territory. Wilhennis Alvarado in his last 2 starts, 11 innings in his last 2 starts. So he, against Hamilton, gave up just 1 earned run, 4 hits, struck out 11. He was brilliant in that start. And then playing in a game against the Brantford Red Sox that ended up being a 15-2 win, so they pulled Wilhennis Alvarado maybe a little bit earlier than they would have in a non-blowout situation. He gave up 1 earned run and 3 hits, 5 strikeouts in that game against Brantford. He only had to face 18 batters over 5 innings. He was just brilliant. For reference of how good 18 batters faced is over that stretch, he's faced 14 right now, and he hasn't gotten out yet in the 4th inning, and this has been a pretty good start too.
It has, and he's given up a lot of soft contact. Sure, some of that's made its way through the infield, but if you're Alvarado, you got to feel pretty good about yourself. That 2nd inning was a little bit tough. He got a little bit wild, lost a little bit of his control, but overall he's been pretty effective today for the Maple Leafs.
2-2, misses outside. James Tamara throws it back to him. It's a full count here on Mark Nellis, who's been battling. He's fouled a couple balls off, one off his foot. And he's staying in it here against Wilhennis Alvarado. Does he have the guts to throw that back foot slider again here in a 3-2 count? Maybe. Oh, he missed with it. He was trying to go back in. He missed outside. That's ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk for Nellis.
And if there's one thing to say about this Alvarado start that's not the greatest, is that this is the 3rd straight inning now that the leadoff hitter has reached for the Guelph Royals. It's much tougher to work out a stretch when there's a man on first or second to start the inning when you have nobody out. And against a lineup like this, it's not the most comfortable thing to do for Alvarado, and it also eats up a lot of pitches.
Alvarado misses inside. Justin Mara picks this ball up, but as he does, the runner Nellis got to second base, so now the double play is, oh, no, that one hit the foot, I guess, of Brando LaRue in the batter's box. So it didn't matter about the runner going to second base. That's a hit by pitch, and now things are starting to get a little more interesting here for the Guelph Royals and Maple Leafs in the top of the 1st. This is going to bring Dustin Richardson out of the bullpen to chat with Wilhennis Alvarado.
Speaking of Dustin Richardson, it's a little bit interesting looking at the lineup card that was given to us before the game. Richardson, who's one of the Leafs' better pitchers, he's pitched quite a bit this year, is having a fantastic year, an all-star year, more than worthy to make the trip to Hamilton. But looking at that lineup card, he's not on it, but he's very much here. He just made a visit to the mound, so he is inactive tonight for the Maple Leafs. You wonder if that's a little bit of a fatigue thing. He's thrown a lot of innings, a lot of very tough innings so far this season, and he's been terrific in doing so, but he is not on the old lineup card, and admittedly they're not always accurate, but leaving off a name like Dustin Richardson is a pretty big deal, something that you notice.
Dustin Richardson hasn't made a lot of mound visits to the mound this year either. It's usually been Rob Butler going to the mound, so maybe he isn't available for today's game because he's not down there in the bullpen.
And as we see that, Luis Florentino gets up and begins to throw.
This one's flared into the outfield. This is trouble. Ryan Dos Santos picks it up, whips to second in hopes of trying to get a force out at second base. But unfortunately for the Maple Leafs, that ball was read quite well by Mark Nellis. Or Charlie Burns, who was going to second base.
And if you're the Maple Leafs, well, it's more soft contact, but who really cares when the Guelph Royals are getting runners on base, and Florentino more than likely will be the next one into this game. It's a much different look. Alvarado a little bit softer from the left side, more reliant on his off-speed pitches. Florentino, the big right-hander on the mound. Taller than Alvarado, a harder fastball, more over the top.
Actually went 0 for 2 there. It's Brando LaRue who's at second base. The runner at third is Mark Nellis, and then Burns is the runner over at first. This is Ethan Hammond.
We got there eventually.
First pitch strikes are important for Wilhennis Alvarado. He got one against Hammond, but now he misses outside, and it's 1-1. Bases loaded, nobody out. Big trouble here for the Maple Leafs. And Wilhennis Alvarado trying to escape the jam. And even if you can get out of this inning with 1 or 2 runs, that's kind of a win because the Leafs are up 4-1. That pitch misses as well. A little bit of frustration for Wilhennis Alvarado. You can see he's kind of kicking his back foot, telling himself something on the mound to try and locate that breaking ball a little bit better.
And if I'm playing the matchup game and I'm trying to guess along with what Rob Butler and Brian Sewell want, I think that when you get to Connor Morrow in the 2-hole, that's maybe when you think you want to turn the ball over to Luis Florentino, the 2-3-4 hitters in this Guelph lineup.
The 2-1 slash down the line. Is this ball going to stay fair? No. It kept on hooking and finally got it to the play. But that one hung over the foul line for a little while there for Ethan Hammond. That would have really changed the complexion of this game if he kept that one fair. Made pretty good contact on that ball down the line.
I'm not sure you want Alvarado facing this lineup a third time through, especially with the righties and Morrow and Wilson and Leader. Williams, too, in the leadoff spot, who's on deck.
2-2 popped foul by Hammond. That time Wilhennis Alvarado got up and in on the hands and made a pretty good pitch there on Ethan Hammond.
And I think that when this is all said and done, no matter how long Alvarado stays on the mound for, the stat line is not going to be as flattering as how we've watched him pitch tonight. He's made a lot of good pitches, got a lot of weak contact. Those will show up as base hits on the score sheet, but if you're watching the game, you know he's jammed some bats. He's made some great pitches.
Hammond flares this one towards the outfield, and this one falls in front of Ryan Dos Santos. He's going to whip the ball in quickly. Throw comes to the plate. Justin Mara keeps it in front of him. And that's going to move the runners station to station and bring in a run to score for Guelph, and they have cut the lead to 4-2.
And I'll repeat it again. Not the hardest hit ball in the world, but it touches grass, and if you're the Maple Leafs, well, now you're entering that third time through the lineup. You see a lot of managers in a lot of different leagues wonder how long do they want to keep going back to their starting pitcher, and unfortunately for Alvarado, he's been accustomed to a little bit of bad luck during his time pitching here at Christie Pitts. I would not at all be shocked if this was the last batter one way or another for Wilhennis tonight.
J.D. Williams also hit a double against Wilhennis Alvarado in his last at-bat. Found the right center field gap. That would most certainly tie the ball game, if not more, for the Guelph Royals if he did it again. There's the 0-1. Just misses outside, 1-1.
Florentino's ready down in that bullpen. You saw the hat tip down there, the universal sign for, hey, are you ready to go? Yes, I am. He will be the next man into this ball game for the Toronto Maple Leafs at whichever point it may be.
The 1-1. Inside.
He's fallen behind on a lot of these Guelph hitters, and he's battled back, gotten some weak contact, some swings and misses, some soft ground balls to the left side, and some pop-ups on the infield, but it's tough to keep battling back over and over again when you're behind 1-0, 2-1, 3-0, 3-1 all the time. It's not a place you want to be.
This one's 2-1. A broken back, ground ball. Moreno bobbles it, and there's no play anywhere. A run comes in to score. Big trouble here for the Maple Leafs. It's 4-3, and the bases are still loaded with nobody out.
And unfortunately, that's a play that just can't happen. Period. Moreno knows that. He'll take responsibility for it, but it's another play that should have resulted in an out, if not two. Instead, the bases remain loaded with nobody out. You're now well on your way to burning a 3-run lead on what should not have been a play that gets the hitter on base there. A broken bat, soft ground ball, excuse me.
Morrow hits it down the line. Fair ball. This one's going to roll towards the corner. 1 run comes in to score for the Guelph Royals. It's tied. Now they have the lead as another crosses the plate, and that is a big double that opens this one up for Guelph. And this is going to spark a mound visit here from Rob Butler, and this might be it for Wilhennis Alvarado.
It will be it, and unfortunately, it's one batter too long. You played your cards. You thought you could squeak one more hitter out of him. This is what we were worried about. Third time through the lineup, they're seeing the ball well, and now you're going to have to rely even more on Luis Florentino, who's coming into a very tough situation in a game you're now losing.
Well, you know what? Wilhennis Alvarado threw a lot of pitches in this game. He didn't get out of the 4th inning, but he threw 82 pitches in the outing and didn't do a lot wrong. It feels like had a couple defensive plays gone the other way, a couple flares been outs instead of soft base hits, this game might have gone differently, and that'll be a tough one to swallow for Wilhennis Alvarado today. Luis Florentino into the game for the Maple Leafs when we come back. The new pitcher for the Maple Leafs is Luis Florentino, and he's a big arm for the Maple Leafs. They're using 2 import pitchers in this game with Alvarado and Luis Florentino, and they know that the situation right now, and with the Maple Leafs losing their last game, they want to come back and win this one, so they're giving it all. Luis Florentino, who's been a starter in the past for Toronto to start his Intercounty Baseball League, is coming into the game. First pitch strike to Andy Leader. The big hit, the double down the line by Connor Morrow. Leader checks his swing and takes a strike.
What this also tells me is they're going to heavily rely on the likes of Josh Berenbaum and Drew Howard this week, and along with most likely Adam Chaffeen from the left side. Berenbaum available today per the lineup card, Howard not, but they've both pitched well recently, and we'll see them over the next 2 days.
The 0-2 pitch just misses. 1-2. You know, when you list off those names, that doesn't sound so bad for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Those are some good pitchers out there in the pen for Toronto. But they do need some length here from Florentino. and they need to win the game if they're using Florentino. That ball hits Andy Leader right in the back. Florentino just let that breaking ball slip out of his hand a little bit, and the bases are once again loaded for Guelph.
And unfortunately, it's a bad time to let the ball slip out of your hand right there. You had Leader beat. It was 1-2, and you've wasted that at bat. 2 great strikes. Firing out of the pen onto the mound, and now you have to face the likes of Liam Wilson and all that power from the right-hand side.
Luis Florentino's had a nice start to the season for the Toronto Maple Leafs, an ERA of 3.46. Maybe their most exciting import player. Signed him a little bit later on in the season. That's the reason for the lack of workload for Florentino. He's just thrown 13 pitches in his Intercounty Baseball League so far. That's over the course of 3 separate outings, 2 of them starts. There's the 0-1 to Wilson. That pitch in the dirt. Gets away momentarily from Justin Mara.
What innings like this also mean on the flip side, and I've wondered this every time we see them, and there's been a lot of them, is Sebastian Rodriguez, by the time he gets back out onto the mound, will have been sitting for well over half an hour. It's always interesting to see how opposing pitchers come back after an inning like this.
The 1-1 in there for a strike.
There is absolutely such a thing as too much rest for starting pitchers who like the momentum. They like consistency. I go out, I come back, I go out, I come back. Do it 5 or 6 times a game. For Rodriguez, he's been on the pine quite a while. Guelph dugout.
High chopper to third. Ross has it, throws to second, gets an out, back to first, not in time. Another run comes in to score, but the Maple Leafs have finally recorded an out here in this 4th inning, and it's 6-4.
There was a split second there where I thought Spencer Ross may try to step on third and throw across the diamond. Once again, it's Liam Wilson with not a ton of speed, and Ross is a bit of a cannon over there at third base. He could have easily stepped on third, but instead went to second. Leafs get an out. Double play remains in order. And now it's the hot-hitting Matthew Ward, who is definitely making a case for himself to head to Hamilton in July.
Kind of like that play from Spencer Ross. It was obviously the one that was in his mind. The last play he got where he made that diving play at third base, I felt like there was some indecision about what he wanted to do with the ball. That time he stuck with his gut and he got it out, and that's what the Leafs needed. And Florentino can get some strikeouts. He could get out of this jam, but Ward's a tough batter at the plate with the batting average well over 300 on the season. Matthew Ward, a native of Mississauga, Ontario. Played some baseball at Niagara University.
I'd hazard a guess to say he came out of the Mississauga Tigers junior organization, as now Dino Ramel is coming in, and Liam Wilson may be exiting this ball game, and he is. So that leaves quite a bit to wonder about there, that Liam Wilson, the 4-hitter.
Ladies and gentlemen, pinch runner for the Guelph Royals, now running on first base. Number 3, Blake Simpson.
One of their junior players, Blake Simpson, will enter the ball game. So you wonder a little bit if Liam Wilson might have tweaked something running down that first baseline, trying to beat out that double play. But he is someone you absolutely do not want to lose if you're the Guelph Royals. Interesting to hear the reason why.
Yeah, I didn't really see if he felt something running up the first baseline or anything, but yeah, that's really bad news for the Guelph Royals.
And I mean, we're not doctors up here, obviously. He didn't look too serious. He walked off under his own power. He was even wondering a little bit when he was leaving that first base, is someone coming in for me? Am I staying out here? What's the deal? But I didn't see anything about him running at the first baseline either. So we'll have to wait and see.
The 2-2, this one's fouled off.
Big pitch upcoming here for Luis Florentino, looking for a strikeout.
It's a 2-2 pitch, and it's inside. The new runner in Simpson at first base was kind of faking like he was going to go, but then went back to the bag. On a 3-2 pitch, though, maybe he does in this situation.
I absolutely would. If you're Blake Simpson, you got the speed out there. Test it.
Florentino's 3-2. There he goes, and it's fouled off.
It's almost a perfect play design because you have speed in Blake Simpson. You have speed at third base in Connor Morrow. And if Mara throws through, we've seen it a lot. The runner from third try and score, and more often than not it works. The Guelph Royals would essentially be stealing a run there if it pans out, and Simpson might swipe the bag anyways. I would go again if I was Guelph right here. Send Blake Simpson. And a bug just got in the eye of Matthew Ward.
He apologized to Luis Florentino, too, for calling time there. That's okay.
It happens.
Yeah.
We live in nature. We love it here at Domenico Field. So do the Bugs.
The 3-2. In the dirt, ball 4. That time it was Florentino apologizing to Justin Mara for missing his location there. Justin Mara did a good job to pick that ball. That saved a run, and the bases are loaded with 1 out.
And so the other Guelph Junior Royal comes up to the plate now that Blake Simpson is in the game, and standing on second base, there's 2 junior players in the game for the Royals in Simpson and Nellis. And if you're the Maple Leafs and you're watching Alvarado and you're watching Florentino, you need to be able to find the strike zone and quickly here. You cannot keep giving up free passes to Guelph.
Guelph Royals have a pretty good class of junior players this year with Nellis and Jordan Gallo, Anderson Fenwick, Tommy Haniger, Nathaniel Bell as well. That pitch is in there for a strike to Nellis. That was a big pitch for Florentino. Now he's brought it back to 2-1.
Jordan Gallo hit the big 3-run home run against the Barrie Baycats just the other day that helped propel Guelph to a victory over Barrie.
On the pitching side of things, Jordan Taylor, Owen Newman, and Nelson Mercado.
We've seen Mercado get one start this year. He's tossed some big innings for them. A lot of good young talent inside the Guelph Royals.
The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. A big punch out for Luis Florentino. And Justin Morrow was looking back the runner at third base as well. Big out number 2. Toronto is still very much in this ball game. This has not been a good inning. Actually, it's been a really bad inning for the Toronto Maple Leafs. They've given up 5 runs in the 4th, and the bases have just continued to be loaded for the Guelph Royals. But if they can get out of it here, still got a chance to win. Brando LaRue is at the plate now.
And as bad as this inning has been, and, well, it's been awful, they'll say that, but it's just a 2-run ball game. If you can cap it right here, sure, you had a 4-1 lead, but you're only down by 2 right now. That's one heck of a pitch by Florentino.
Now, this is what some of the Maple Leafs players I was talking to before the game were talking about. The fastball, which is the best pitch for Florentino, it's like 96, 97 miles an hour he can get it up to, is more effective because of the secondary stuff. And there's some of it right there. This one is popped up. Marcus Connect calling for it, makes the catch, and mercifully for the Maple Leafs, the top of the 4th inning ends. But it's still a 2-run game here at Christie Pitts with a lot of time to go. Bottom of the 4th, coming up here in Toronto. Well, that was a lot of time for these Maple Leafs hitters to be standing out in the field. Connor Lewis, who happened to be out there in center for that inning. I don't know, maybe a 30-minute half inning here at Christie Pitts, a pitching change, and 5 runs for the Guelph Royals. So they've taken the lead. They've turned this game on its head. They lead 6-4 over Toronto. And this would be a good time for the Maple Leafs to get a few back here, or maybe just one in the bottom of the 4th inning. Connor Lewis had some good swings on base. It's a good walk-up song, but it's not the time to play it.
We've had a couple moments this year where the old timing sheet doesn't match the clock that's in the booth.
All right, so we'll get this inning started. Rodriguez has pitched to Connor Lewis, and it's in there for strike 1. So Connor Lewis drilled a couple balls down the line that had plenty of home run distance, but both were foul. So he's seeing Rodriguez well. He's just been a little bit out in front. Same swing, but this time Rodriguez crossed him up with an off-speed pitch.
Carson Burns down at third base playing the line, probably hoping that Lewis does not rip another one right off the base, because those are unpredictable, and with how hard he hit it, a bad bounce. We've seen enough of them at third base over the years. You never know which way that ball is going to fly.
Another big swing from Lewis, and he strikes out against Rodriguez.
Now batting, third baseman number 2.
It was a very good 3-pitch sequence right there from Sebastian Rodriguez. 2 sliders outside, 1 fastball in, and those are probably the best 3 pitches in a row that Rodriguez has tossed all night so far to get Connor Lewis.
Spencer Ross singled in his last at-bat. He squared the bunt, and he took a strike. Ross is hitting .260 on the season for the Maple Leafs. The 0-1, inside 1-1. It was a great season for Spencer Ross. Last year, he was a member of the Kitchener Panthers at the time, hit .310. Also played some Division III baseball with the Lawrence Vikings in the NCAA. Ross hits one right back up the middle. This one is going to squeak into the outfield. Went off the glove of Brando LaRue at second base, but he would have had no play. And Spencer Ross is 2 for 2.
Played some ball in the States, also played some ball with the University of Toronto Blues. I mention it quite a little bit on these broadcasts that the OUA in Ontario produces some really high-level talent that enters the Intercounty Baseball League. Spencer Ross, just one of many who have come out of a university program in Ontario. It's developed quite nicely over the last few years. Some very good ball being played in the OUA.
Ryan Dos Santos at the dish now for Toronto. He's seen the ball well out of Rodriguez's hand. This time check swings and takes a strike. So the UFT Blues, are they the Blues or the Varsity Blues on the baseball team?
They, I believe, are all no, that's a good point. I believe they are just the Blues.
Yeah.
Because they are not technically a varsity team. That's a very good point.
Yeah,
because I catch myself there.
I also played for a team for UFT, and we were also the Blues, and that was also always a big thing, is that when we call ourselves the Varsity Blues, people would get mad at us.
Well, and it's by association. I've never actually thought that it's made much sense to have a holistic team name in the Varsity Blues. You are the Blues, you are the Stingers, you are the Rams, you are the Bold, you are the Royals in this case. It's adding an extra name in there complicates things, especially for people like me who clearly have trouble remembering what is and is not a varsity sport in Ontario, which is a whole nother discussion that I won't get into.
I know, it's everyone knows it, and it's like a status thing to be a Blue or a Varsity Blue. Anyway.
Speaking of which, did you see that for all varsity sports in Ontario, the OUA is now trying to charge a streaming package for their games?
The IBL would never.
The IBL would never. It's one of the more ridiculous decisions that OUA has made. And they've made quite a few of them over the last few years, but no more free broadcasts for hockey, for football, for volleyball, for basketball. No, you got to pay upwards of $10 a game on a game-to-game basis and with tax included, or one of their more expensive packages. It's an incredibly short-sighted and awful decision when you're trying to grow university sports in Ontario.
Dos Santos checks the swing again, and no swing, says the umpire at second base. Well, clip that, bookmark it for later. Let's get back to this one.
And it opens up a bigger discussion. We've talked about it in the IBL. You know, the level of broadcast standards. Each team every year tries to improve as much as they can, and it's come a long way, a very long way over the last few years, and every team is putting their best foot forward.
The 2-2 on Dos Santos, and it misses. So Ryan Dos Santos, in all three of his at-bats today, has gone down 0-2, and he's battled back and either leveled the count or made it 3-2 every single time. Sees a lot of pitches, and if he picks the one out that he likes, he can hit it a long way.
By my math, this is going to be the 18th pitch he's seen from Sebastian Rodriguez today.
Whew.
And that's a balk. They are going to once again call a balk. Rodriguez moved his front leg when he didn't realize he was coming set, and that will advance the runner to second base and into scoring position. That's twice in 2 games here at Christie Pitts. We've seen balk calls.
It's a big deal in this inning because with one out, Spencer Ross has got plenty of speed to score from second base. The 3-2 pitch to Dos Santos. Inside ball 4. Well, in that context, maybe it didn't matter so much, but Ryan Dos Santos has found his way on base again.
And now if you're the Royals with 2 men on, with Rodriguez on the mound, you enter the gauntlet of power right now. John Javier, who's hit a home run, Jordan Castaldo with more than enough power too, and Marcus Connect right after. Big swing there from Javier. Just missed it. Another Rodriguez off-speed pitch that misses the barrel of a Leaf bat.
Here's the 0-1. Javier swings and misses. So that walk by Ryan Dos Santos is walk number 27 on the season for him. And I should mention the single season record for walks in the Intercounty Baseball League was set by Bill Bykowski in 1988. He had 44. Ryan Dos Santos is very much on pace to smash that record this year if he keeps doing what he's doing. The 0-2 in the dirt, and it's going to go to the backstop, and now there's 2 in scoring position for the Maple Leafs. I should also mention that Ryan Dos Santos is on that list in 6th place. His 39 last season is good for 6th, tied with Justin Mara for 5th, I guess I should say. And then 2 of the other guys, or 2 of the other records in that top 5, Jordan Castaldo with 43 and Jordan Castaldo with 42. Unbelievable. All players in this game today. Big at-bat here for Javier. He's driven in 2 today. It was on a home run in the first inning. Now he's got 2 in scoring position. The 1-2 from Rodriguez, and a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Now there's 2 away in the inning.
And unfortunately for the Maple Leafs and John Javier right there, all you had to do was put a ball on the ground and a run was scoring from third base. The Guelph Royals would easily taken out there with the way their infield was playing back, and now it's all going to rely on Jordan Castaldo to get a base hit, which luckily for the Leafs, he's done quite a bit this year.
And sitting on 499 career RBIs. He's looking to not just get 500 here, but break the 500 mark for 501 if he can score Dos Santos at second base.
I think he might be okay with 502 as well if he puts a ball over that right field fence.
Well, he's already broke the 100 home run threshold that was this year. This has been the season of milestones for Jordan Castaldo, and you know what? There's another big one on the docket right here for Jordan if he can find some outfield grass. Here's the 1-0 from Rodriguez. Castaldo takes a strike, not the one he wanted, nods his head in approval, and the count's now 1-1.
They're playing Castaldo the opposite way in left and center field. Williams and Hammond both shading to their rights. A lot of green to the right center field gap, and we've seen Castaldo spank a few balls to the wall out there before.
Castaldo taps one foul towards the Guelph dugout, now falls behind in the count 1-2.
It's a bit of a theme we've seen over the last few weeks, teams shading the Maple Leafs the opposite way in the outfield. I know we discussed this on Wednesday when they were playing the Hamilton Cardinals, and we saw Tyler Duncan shift far to his right out in center field. So they feel pretty confident that, especially if Rodriguez brings the heat on the outer third of the plate, Castaldo has no choice but to shoot it to left field. And two of the three outfielders playing him the opposite way.
Rodriguez steps off. A 1-2 count here to Jordan Castaldo. Looking for 500. And to even this thing up for the Maple Leafs. Castaldo takes outside 2-2.
Doesn't get much easier even if you utilize that open base. Marcus Connect on deck, second in the IBL in home runs, and you know he'd love nothing more than to show off his power against his former teammate.
The 2-2 to Castaldo, and he hits this one in the air. This one's high and deep to center field, and it's caught right in front of the warning track, inches in front of the wall by J.D. Williams. So history will have to wait for Jordan Castaldo. So we'll evening up this ball game for the Maple Leafs. They trail by 2 against Guelph. Oh, welcome back to Christie Pitts. Luis Florentino on the mound for the Maple Leafs. Carson Burns is going to lead things off. Guelph Royals with a 6-4 lead over the Toronto Maple Leafs here in the top of the 5th. Florentino trying to make things a little easier for the Maple Leafs in this inning, but this is a good start for the Guelph Royals. Burns slashes this one to the wall. It's played by Marcus Connect. He got there quickly, and he's going to hold Burns to a long single as Marcus Connect does a good job to read that baseball.
Good play from Marcus Connect in right. Barehands it off the fence. Throws a strike on a bounce in a second base, and a good piece of hitting to jump all over that first pitch fastball. Florentino wanted to get one over. Carson Burns says no way and pieces it out to right field. One defensive substitution for the Maple Leafs, Kaleo Shaw, their junior call-up, who has been very, very good with the glove and bat this season, takes over for Connor Lewis in center field. He will bat 8th.
Ethan Hammond is at the dish now, the former DeUville Spartan in the NCAA Division II. Here's the 0-1 from Florentino. And it's painted on the outside corner, 0-2. Marcus Connect playing that ball well in the outfield, kept Burns at first base, so that keeps the double play in order for the Maple Leafs. The 0-2. Strike 3 called. A perfect pitch from Luis Florentino. He gets the punch out, and there's one away.
Great 3-pitch sequence there from Luis Florentino. I mentioned it in the previous inning, the first strikeout that Sebastian Rodriguez had in the bottom of the 4th. Really good sequencing, and right there from Florentino gets Ethan Hammond looking, and there's one away.
Back to the top of the order, J.D. Williams, fooled by that first pitch. Took a half-hearted cut at it, and it's 0-1.
Thought he was getting the fastball, got the breaking ball.
Williams 1 for 3 today, and he's driven in a run. Runner goes. Mara's thrown down to second base, right on the money, and he got him by a mile. 2 away.
I don't know how much more we can say about Justin Mara behind the plate. Throwing from his knees, you can't make a more perfect throw than that. It was on a line, right to the glove of Dan Mara. Didn't even have to move. Went right to where the slide was going in a second. A terrific play once again.
The 1-1 pitch is inside. It's got to the point where you just can't throw on Justin Mara. I mean, he throws guys out at like an 80% clip wherever you are on the base path. If Mara's throwing, there's a pretty good chance you're out. It doesn't matter how fast you are. That one was not close, and that changes the way this inning looks. J.D. Williams, a dangerous hitter, coming up with nobody on. He's in a 2-2 count, and he takes strike 3. Another great pitch by Luis Florentino. Pretty good inning for the Maple Leafs all round. A couple punch-outs from Florentino, and don't run on Justin Mara. 6-4, Guelph. Taking a look at the standings in the Intercounty Baseball League this year, pretty tight at the top right now. London, Welland, Chatham, and Toronto, all within a couple games of each other. Hamilton, who got a big win against Toronto, they've gone on to win their next game as well, and that was a big one against the Welland Jackfish as they won 3-2 out in Welland. And right now the Guelph Royals trying to work back towards the 500 mark. The 3-game win streak that they've been on has put them in a pretty good spot and within striking distance of the teams in front of them, but to close out this game here against Toronto and make it 4, that would be very big. So the new pitcher into the game is Nelson Marcado, who pitched a little bit for the University of Arkansas in the NCAA's Division II. And one of the junior pitchers on this Guelph Royal team. Big guy out there on the mound, stands at 6'3", 230 pounds. Facing Marcus Connect. The righty's first pitch is outside ball 1.
So Rodriguez goes 4 innings. Some high-stress pitches, but escapes with the Royals in the lead thanks to that big inning by Guelph's bats.
Marcus Connect quickly out in front, 0-2 here, or 2-0 here against Mercado. The 2-0 pitch does find the zone, so now it's 2-1.
It's good to see that even though Liam Wilson is out of this ball game, he's in good spirits down the right field. In the first base dugout. I was getting ahead of myself there. Just chatting with some fans as he goes to sit back in the dugout. So I wonder if he did just tweak something as he was running up that first baseline. I don't know what else it could possibly be. Nonetheless, Blake Simpson now in first base on defense.
Connect pops this one foul. He just got a piece of it and flared it onto the hill. Count remains 2-2. So for Nelson Marcado, he was off to a really good start to the season, had scoreless outings against London and Chatham Kent, but if you look at the last couple, he's given up some runs, including a game against the Brantford Red Sox in his last outing on June 21st. He went an inning and a third, gave up 3 earned over that stretch. The 2-2 to Connect. He checks his swing and he takes the ball.
Matthew Ward wanted that one to be a call, 3rd strike. Didn't get it. Might have nipped the bottom of the zone, but all that matters is that Ryan Herron called it a ball.
The 3-2 in the dirt. Marcus Connect will take his base.
We've seen it quite a bit on both sides this ball game so far. Leadoff runners reaching base. It's been very prevalent. It's led to quite a bit of offense. 10 runs scored between the two teams. And on the Guelph side, well, that's what happens when you get base hits to start the inning. Hit by pitches, walks. You get guys on base. It leads to good things. And for the Leafs, the tying run coming to the plate, it's just the middle innings. But you got to start capitalizing on some of these free bases.
Rando Moreno drills this ball. Actually, it's dropping, and it will fall. A little bit of trouble with it in the outfield was Andy Leader. So the reason that's significant is that Andy Leader thought that ball was drilled. It wasn't. If he had played that ball cleanly on a hop, there might have been a force out with Connect at second base.
Not just might have. It wasn't going to be close. Andy Leader got way too cute with that ball, thinking that he could look up and feel that ball on a bounce. It bounced to the left of his glove. He had Marcus Connect by a country mile if he scoops that up quickly. He got way too cute with that ball in right field, and that's why Marcus Connect gets to second base. That was a free out on a pop fly to right field. The Guelph Royals did not get.
Yeah, I definitely screwed up describing that baseball, but that was really deceptive off the bat of Rando Moreno. I thought for sure that was a line drive. I mean, like near the wall maybe, but the ball just kept top spinning. It must have hit the end of the bat of Moreno, and everyone was fooled by it, including Marcus Connect on the base path. Anyway, that's a break for the Maple Leafs, and here's Justin Mara, who had a pretty big swing in his last at-bat for the Maple Leafs. Hit one over the wall, gave Toronto their 4th run, and moved into a tie for 7th all-time in IBL home runs. Big swing and a miss from Justin Mara.
And something interesting that we're seeing down that left field line is Josh Berenbaum is beginning to throw in that Leafs pen, which makes me think that come the weekend, they are more than certainly going to rely on the likes of Jeffine and Drew Howard, who isn't here today, but also, that ball's taken low and outside, also potentially the likes of Nathan Cura, who's gotten 1 start. You have 2 games this weekend. You head to Guelph tomorrow as the second part of a home-and-home series. Berenbaum started games, Florentino started games, and Alvarado, of course, starts games. So you're blowing through some of your starting pitchers here, and it makes me wonder if they got something up their sleeve for the games this weekend.
2-2 tomorrow. Upstairs, another full count. Mercado has not been particularly efficient in these first 2 batters for the Maple Leafs. First 3 if you count Justin Mara now, and he still hasn't got an out.
Also makes me wonder if they want to give Matt Brown a start. He pitched on Wednesday, struggled, but it's a hard-throwing righty from the states that they like.
Soft tapper back to the mound. Mercado was going to go to second for 1. Caused Connor Morrow to jump to catch that baseball, but he landed on the bag, so there's 1 out.
This is a spot where if you're the Leafs, you absolutely need to score a run with Dan Mara at the plate. It's a contact hitter. We've seen on deck Kaleo Shaw, who's entered the game in place of Connor Lewis, has had some swing and miss in his bat. Dan Mara doesn't really have that, but he does have a little bit of speed. If he puts the ball in play, even scoring 1 run here, you got a runner in scoring position and less than 2 out, you have to score the run off of Mercado.
Justin Mara struck out, or Dan Mara struck out this game. If you can believe it, it's his first strikeout since May 29th. He hasn't struck out in all of June, and he plays every day for the Maple Leafs. That's the first one in the month. The 0-1 pitch, low, 1-1.
With anybody else, I wouldn't believe it, but with Dan and his bat-to-ball skills, it actually doesn't shock me too much, the way he's hit the ball all around the field and over that left field fence a couple times. It's the guy you want the ball to put in play off of. It's Dan Mara.
Yeah, he doesn't strike out much at all. In fact, Dan Mara has a whopping 188 strikeouts in his IBL career. That's over 1,801 at-bats. 2-1, fouled off 2-2. Doesn't seem like such a big number anymore when you realize he's played in the league as an everyday player since 2011.
It's such a small fraction of his at-bats and plate appearances, as you've mentioned, and especially this season. No more worse for wear after he was sidelined a couple games with injury. He's back and has picked up right where he left off.
2-2, outside, 3-2.
I know it's Justin Mara, and I know he's a catcher and doesn't have the greatest speed. I wouldn't mind starting the runner here. Full count, 1 out. Mara's bat-to-ball skills, I wouldn't mind putting him in motion. There he goes.
The 3-2 pitch hit down the line, foul ball. Just fouled by Dan Mara.
Almost perfectly placed down that right field line, extending those arms of his and driving it over the head of Blake Simpson, just 2 feet foul. But I love that aggressiveness, sending Justin Mara from first there. You were counting on the fact that Dan Mara puts the ball in play, and you're counting on the fact that the rookie Matthew Ward makes a good throw to second. You have decent speed on third base. If you're trying to steal a run, it's not a bad idea.
The 3-2 to Dan. Swinging a foul tip into the glove. He just barely got a piece of it. And on that note, just one more nail in this note of Dan Mara doesn't strike out very much.
Yeah, what's that?
He has 2 strikeouts in a game. 1 time, regular season and playoffs, since 2023 in August.
It's nuts. It is nuts how consistent he is.
Another 3-2. Fouled off. He just got a piece of it. Been very close on the last 2 pitches, but he's managed to get a piece.
Yeah, he's putting up a good fight against Nelson Mercado, who is more than likely going to be asked to work a couple innings for the Guelph Royals here tonight. And the more pitches you burn him for in his first inning of work, well, they're high leverage, they're high stress. You exert more force on a hot, steamy night here at the pits. And another thing to mention, the longer this game goes, the impending threat of thunderstorms that will enter the Greater Toronto area will occur right around 11 o'clock.
The 3-2 inside ball 4. What an at-bat from Dan Mara, and the bases are loaded for Toronto.
And if this isn't a big first at-bat into the ball game for Cleo Shaw, replacing Connor Lewis out in center field, and his first at-bat, bases loaded, 1 out, as Mercado will get a mound visit here for the Guelph Royals. As Barenbaum continues to throw down that left field line.
It's worth just following up. Thunderstorms are scheduled in the area for 11 o'clock, and rain is fine. You can play through some rain, especially if it's late in the ball game before the field takes on any water. But as soon as you see thunder and lightning, that becomes a problem because you got to delay the game, and then you wait 30 minutes since the last lightning strike. So that could make things really go on here at Christie Pitts. So.
And what time do the lights go off?
Well, probably 11 o'clock, but I don't know if that's been changed this year. Or 11:30. I think they go off at 11:30.
I got nothing to do on a Friday night. I got nowhere better to be. It takes all night to take down this Guelph Royals team. I am up for it.
I don't know if you've got a nose for weather, Gus, but I can smell the rain on the horizon. I can kind of feel it coming in.
It's feeling a little bit moist, that's for sure.
So this is Kaleo Shaw now at the plate. Came in as a defensive replacement for Connor Lewis. Bases are loaded. Big spot for the kid. He's had a good start to his Maple Leafs career. 7 for 21, hitting .333, including 1 home run, and it came here at Christie Pitts. The 0-1 to Shaw. Kaleo swings and misses.
And if you're Cleo Shaw, you have to cut down your swing and put a ball in play. There is no instance in this in which you should not be choking up and trying to drive in a run as Owen Newman begins to throw down in that Guelph Royals bullpen. You have to put the ball in play here. And that is something that you cannot have happen. You cannot have that happen at this point in the ball game. Takes strike 3, and man, shorten up, put the ball in play. And now it all relies on Spencer Ross, who's much like Dan Mora, is a big contact hitter. But you cannot keep stranding base runners, and we've seen it in a couple innings now with the Maple Leafs. You have to put the ball in play. Unfortunately, they have not been able to do so thus far.
First pitch to Ross, misses outside. You make it seem like it's all over for the Maple Leafs in the inning. Spencer Ross has had a good day. He's 2 for 2.
2 for 2, made some great defensive plays down the third baseline as the fans get into it here. As the wave echoes throughout the latter half of Dominico Field. Oh.
A strike to right. Yeah, that's what everyone on the Maple Leafs dugout said. Everyone did, like, you know, in Wii Bowling when you screw up and all the players jump?
Yes.
That's what happened in the Toronto Maple Leafs dugout when they saw that pitch called a strike.
Yeah, there were about 200 people on the hill and in the dugout that thought that ball was high, but it was not called so.
The 1-1, Ross fouls it off, and Nelson Mercado feels like he's got a little bit of juice in the arm right now. He's gaining a little bit of momentum. He's jumped out in front of Spencer Ross 1 and 2, and he could strand the bases loaded.
It's a big point in this ball game, Thomas. It's just the bottom of the 5th, and it's just a 2-run ball game, but at some point the levee has got to break, and you have got to put some runs on the board that don't occur when you hit it over the fence.
The 1-1 to Ross, misses down and in, the count's 2 and 2. The glow sticks have come out on the hillside for Friday night lights here at the pits. And it's energized the crowd a little bit here too, sensing that this game could turn on a dime with a Spencer Ross hit. The young Mercado looks in and gets the sign from Ward. And now Spencer Ross thinks that maybe he was taking a little bit too much time, so he'll reset. Now he steps back in. 2-2 to Ross. Fouls it off. Felt like he might have got a pitch to hit there. Took a big cut at it and just missed.
Mercado has thrown a lot of high-stress pitches this inning. At one point assumed to be a multi-inning man this game. It'll more than likely be Owen Newman either next inning or potentially this inning if the lineup turns over and Spencer Ross reaches base. He's putting up a good fight against the young righty.
How about another 2-2? Strike 3 called. He got him with a pitch at the knees, and Mercado fired up on the mound as he heads back to the Guelph Royal dugout, having escaped a jam. Guelph holds on to the 2-run lead. It's 6-4 in Toronto. Well, Toronto Maple Leafs have played some pretty good baseball of late, and I talked to Rob Butler about the key to the Maple Leafs' success. He says the players are really pulling for each other. That makes a big difference in the electricity of the team, and I like that word choice from Rob Butler. It does go from player to player when you look at Jordan Castaldo and Marcus Connect and how they're hitting, as long as many others, and now John Javier, who's hit a home run in this game, and Justin Mara as well, who's also left the yard, and you can tell that that electricity is kind of pulsing through the Toronto Maple Leafs team right now. And when they all have each other's back and there's a good environment, it's one of those sports in baseball where it's maybe more of an individual sport than any other, but when you play like a team, it really pays off.
Well, and you feed off each other, right? We've talked about confidence so much over the last few weeks. When you play with confidence with the men behind you and guys in front of you, well, it builds and it builds and it builds, and it certainly helps your confidence as a pitcher on the mound a great, great deal. And we've seen a lot of really good pitching over the last few games for the Maple Leafs. It wasn't there at the start of the season, but they've grown, they've improved, and they've gotten much, much better.
A 1-1 count now on Morrow. Well, the delay that you see, and you can see someone going off, but in your picture right there, someone fell down the hillside, so the paramedics were here attending to them. And that's been something we've kind of been monitoring over the last couple of minutes, but looks like they're conscious once again and heading off the field, so that was just the reason for the slight delay there. And out of the delay, Morrow smashes one right up the middle. That's a base hit, and there's a runner on first base.
I'm going to say it again, leadoff man on. you can only do it so many times before it comes back to bite you. And we saw it in that one inning, where the Guelph Royals put up 5. It's not an easy thing to overcome. The Leafs pitchers have tried to do it numerous times this game, and 6-4 is far from insurmountable, I should say, but you got to wonder how long you can keep it going.
Leader bunts one towards 30, bunted it way too hard. Ross throws back to second and gets the lead runner. That was not a good bunt from Andy Leader. He put it right into the hands of Spencer Ross, and there's one away, and the runner stays at first base.
And you got to wonder there from Leader, you must be thinking, well, I'm trying to surprise Spencer Ross. Spencer Ross was playing even with the bag.
Yeah,
with his quickness and his throw to second, yes, it was a little bit off money. I doubt you were getting Leader coming back for double play anyways, but you got to know who you're bunting it to, and you got to know where they're playing, and Spencer Ross was not far back.
Yeah, he's awake out there. He's got a lot of baseballs today. Here's Simpson, who came into the game as a pinch runner for the Guelph Royals. And he hits one on the ground. This one's to second. Randall Moreno gobbles it up, throws to second for one, back to first, in time, double play. Randall Moreno and Dan Marr, the tandem up the middle, get the Maple Leafs out of the inning. That was quick, and the bats are coming back up for Toronto. Oh, we're going to get a rematch between these two teams coming up tomorrow night, but it will be Guelph, who is the home team. That'll be a good matchup. And then for the Toronto Maple Leafs, they've got the London Majors on the 29th, and then the Welland Jackfish after that. So a tough schedule coming up for Toronto. A couple tough teams with London and Welland, two of the best right now in the Inter-County Baseball League, and then a rematch with Guelph, who is beating them right now. And this could be a season-defining stretch for the Maple Leafs. They've clawed their way back to 500. They got the big 4-game win streak. They lost last game, but this is the time if you can get some big wins, come out of this weekend at a 500 weekend, couple wins, you're looking pretty good for the rest of the season.
On that note, Hamilton took down Welland yesterday, but Welland took it personally and are currently up 13-1 on the Hamilton Cardinals tonight.
Yeah, Welland Jackfish fans got to see Fernando Rodney pitch in Welland, and it was big because he would have had to pitch here in Toronto had the Maple Leafs kept it close and there been a safe situation, but there was no team that the Hamilton Cardinals needed Fernando Rodney more than a one-run save in Welland. Big moment.
It was a big moment. Bases loaded, stranded, the tying and winning runs on base. A bit scary there at the end with a play at first base that initiated all the trouble, a play that Rodney thought he covered in time, that was very emphatic about. But eventually came back and with the bases loaded shut down the Jackfish, who had been struggling to score runs at a pretty severe rate up until today when the bats opened back up. And They're a great offensive team. They were never going to be held down for too long, but 3 losses in a row, not something you see very often. The Welland Jackfish and the London Majors right there with them so far this season.
Ryan Dos Santos finds himself ahead in the count, and now he takes a strike that he didn't like. So now it's back to 3-2. While Ryan Dos Santos has gotten a 3-2 count every time he's come to the plate. This time he did it a little bit differently. Went ahead and took a strike. Here's the pitch from Mercado. And that one missed, ball 4.
The 25th pitch of the night that Ryan Dos Santos has seen.
Wow.
With nobody out. In the bottom of the 6th inning. I got to stop counting now. If it hits 30, that's too much for me. But, you know.
Probably going to hit 30.
He most definitely will hit 30.
He's had a good day. A couple walks. He's 1 for 2 officially. John Javier has also had a pretty good day. He's 1 for 3, but his 2-run home run in the first inning gave the Maple Leafs the lead. Another big swing from John Javier.
Once again, what happened to the leadoff man? Got on base. Both these teams just keep letting the leadoff guys get on base this game.
The 0-1 to Javier. This one's fouled off. 0-2 now here on John.
Diametrically opposed from Ryan Dos Santos. John Javier is a free swinger in that 2-hole. He hasn't seen very many balls this game. He's been swinging away. Struck out his last at-bat. Quickly down 0-2 here.
Probably shouldn't mention this, but I just saw a bolt of lightning off in the distance.
No, you shouldn't mention that.
Here's the 0-2 to, nope, throw back to first base first to check on Ryan Dos Santos. Not a bad idea. He leads the league in stolen bases with 9 on the season.
Lightning in Etobicoke can't hurt us. Lightning in Mississauga and Halton Hills and Georgetown, that can't hurt us. Until it does.
Exactly. Good take by Javier. 1-2. John Javier is hitting an even .400 on the season with his 1 for 3 day.
It's worth mentioning, too, sorry to interrupt you, partner. It's worth mentioning, too, just while we're on the topic of Thunder and Lightning, it is an official game at this point.
Right, yep.
And the Leafs are not happy about that, down by 2.
Javier fouls it off. With John Javier boasting batting average over .400 for the majority of this season, 1 for 3 days are not good enough to keep that batting average of .400. That's how good John Javier's been this year. He needs a couple hits every game to keep that batting average where it is most of the time.
It's so unreasonable for us to expect him to keep those numbers up. But it's so fun to watch him try.
Mm-hmm. And he has been.
He's been doing his part. He's been doing more than just his part. And it's been easy, too, for the Leafs with their big offensive year so far. They haven't had to rely on just one person. It's been hot spurts. Javier, then Connect, now Castaldo, with a lot of consistency surrounding them, and Moreno and Mara.
There's a swing and a miss. John Javier goes down swinging. That's something John Javier has done a lot this season, swing the bat. He's only walked twice so far this season. The RBI is sitting a little bit further away from Jordan Castaldo in this at-bat. It's at first base, so we'll probably need an extra base hit to cash in Ryan Dos Santos, but once again, sitting on 499 of those in his IBL career. Castaldo takes just outside. Maybe Ryan Dos Santos will try and get in scoring position for him here with one away.
I wouldn't mind it. Dos Santos with speed. Castaldo crowding that plate. Matthew Ward, of course, a righty behind the dish. Mercado evidently thinks he might be going, and rightfully so. Dos Santos leads the league in stolen bases. He and Mateo Porcelato of the Welland Jackfish have been running wild so far this season.
There goes Dos Santos, and this one's hit in the air towards left field. This ball is dropping. A diving catch out there by Ethan Hammond. Dos Santos scampers back to first.
Heck of a play by Ethan Hammond. We talked about it last game a little bit, but the outfield having great closing speed on a baseball is a very important thing, and Ethan Hammond evidently does have that. A great diving play. That ball went by him. Dos Santos would be at third, and Castaldo easily would have been at second. Jordan's been a little bit struck with some bad luck as of late. Putting good swings on balls. They're just not touching grass, and once again, the Leafs find themselves not able to move over that leadoff runner with 2 out.
Dos Santos goes again, connects, swings and misses. Throw down, a pretty good one, but not in time. Not enough to beat the speedy Ryan Dos Santos, who once again stands alone as the IBL stolen base leader.
Heck of a throw from Matthew Ward. I know he didn't get them there, but that would get most people. Dos Santos with blazing speed, but a throw right on the money. Half a second too late, but not a bad throw at all by Mr. Ward.
One and 0 on Marcus Connect. It's worth mentioning that Blake Simpson over there at first base, who throws with his right hand, which a lot of the time you see left-handed throwing first baseman, wasn't really holding Dos Santos on very aggressively. He was a couple steps off the bag, and when he catches the ball, it takes him a long time to swipe around with that left hand to try and put the tag on Ryan Dos Santos, so he was able to get a little bit bigger lead than usual. The 1-1, and it's swung through by Marcus Connect, 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but I do wonder how many innings Blake Simpson has played at first base this season. Obviously, you don't need him to play too many, with Liam Wilson being on the club this year, and Garrett Takamatsu is seeing a couple moments here and there on the right side of the diamond, but called upon early on this one, and so far he's been pretty good down there at first base.
1-2 to Marcus. Strike 3 called. Mercado strands another runner in scoring position, and the Guelph Royals just keep hanging on to that 2-run lead. We'll head to the 7th here in Toronto. Well, Luis Florentino is out of this game, and the new pitcher for the Maple Leafs is Sam Spencer. He'll face the catcher, Matthew Ward, to start things off. First pitch, low and inside from Spencer.
Hard throwing righty, fastball with enough speed, curveball. He's had a couple outings for the Leafs this year, giving up a few runs, a few long bombs, but that's to come as he fires in a good slider there for the first strike of his outing.
Last pitched against the Hamilton Cardinals, won a couple innings, gave up a 2-run home run to Brandon Nickel in that outing. This one fouled off by Ward. Trying to get through a clean outing here. Each of his first two, one against Hamilton and another against Brantford, 2 innings apiece, so they might look for the same here.
Gave up a home run in his first outing, too, to Tim Holk, Brantford Red Sox, before Holk joined the Ottawa Titans.
Right back, and it hits Sam Spencer. He's going to run over and try and field this ball. He throws to first in time to get the out. What a play by Sam Spencer, but he's feeling that one. That was a line drive right back off his leg.
That is a heck of a play, and Guelph's going to ask to take a look at this and have the umpires converge, but to stay with that ball, it knocked him up pretty good there on the mound. He went down to his knees, scooted over, picked it up. Rob Butler's already out to the mound to check on his young righty, and the umps are going to confer here to see if Castaldo kept his foot on the bag. I thought he did. I thought it was very close, but a very heads-up play to not just give up on the ball. Sam Spencer getting over there and then firing a strike to Castaldo, who stretched, and I'm not really sure what they could be discussing. You either saw it or you didn't. There's nothing to talk about here. If one of them saw that his foot was off the bag, then so be it. Runner's in there. But I'm not sure what the length of this discussion could be. And they're calling him out. Castaldo kept his foot on the bag. Dino Ramel's going to come out and have a chat with the home plate umpire as he walks back towards third base. But they come together and say, hey, we think Castaldo kept his foot on the bag. It wasn't a matter of whether the runner beat him. It was whether Castaldo kept his foot on the base, and they're going to give, well, Rob Butler is asking for Sam Spencer to have a couple warm-up pitches here. Mark Nellis is looking to get into that batter's box.
I think Sam Spencer, right away, he waved everyone off right away. I think he was like, let's just keep going. And the adrenaline's going. He knows this is going to hurt tomorrow. And if he sits down, he knows it's going to really seize up on him, that leg. So I think he just wants to keep going. The adrenaline's pumping right now and see if he can't get through this inning. Now, he's a trooper out there, and he made a really good play. Just to stay with that baseball and still make the throw from his knees. He had to deal with the runner who was right in front of him, made a perfect throw to Castaldo. Great play. Gallo is entered into this game for the Guelph Royals, another one of the junior players on the team. He'll face Spencer. The 1-0 inside.
Gallo had a big 3-run home run against the Barrie Baycats in Guelph's last game that propelled them to a late inning victory over the defending champs. A lot of power in that lefty bat.
That was his only home run on the season, but in 16 at-bats, he's found a way to scratch across 7 RBIs.
Pretty productive.
The 3-0 pitch from Spencer down the middle, strike 1.
Spencer working quickly. He's a trooper out there on the mound. It's going to take more than a line drive off his very long legs to take him out of this ball game. Big, tall righty.
Spencer misses outside, ball 4. So after getting hit with that line drive, a 5-pitch walk to Gallo.
And to your point about the adrenaline flowing, well, you don't want to let it spiral. Of course Spencer wants to stay out there. Of course he wants to keep pitching. And of course he's going to have a massive bruise on his leg tomorrow. But with Nathan Cura beginning to throw down the left field line, it's now the 5th ball in the last 6 pitches for Sam Spencer. You got to think that it's got to be bothering him a little bit.
This is Brando LaRue at the dish. Throw to first. Oh, boy. Spencer really whips it over there on the pickoff play.
Yeah, he dropped his release point a little bit. He went a little bit 3/4 action to gun it over to Castaldo.
The 1-0 upstairs, 2-0. Spencer's got to get back in the strike zone. Finds the outside corner for a strike. Brando LaRue is 1 for 2 today. He scored his only time on base. Another good pitch. This time he goes off speed, and he evens the count 2-2. I don't think Brando LaRue thought that was coming.
No, and that's Sam Spencer's slider right there. It's effectively used on the right-handed hitter.
This one's hit to center field. Back goes Kaleo Shaw towards the wall, and he makes the catch with plenty of room, and that's out number 2.
We've seen it a couple times this year so far. Shaw, terrific going back on those balls. Scampered back there in a hurry and turned right around. Made a good play. Sam Spencer 1 out away from a clean top of the 7th here. Nothing more than a bruise to show for it.
Burns at the dish, takes inside ball 1. And I don't know if you felt that, Gus, but a cool, ominous breeze just came through the pits, reminiscent of the thunderstorm that's brewing on the horizon.
Well, we know it's going to rain. It's just a matter of when, and if the Leafs can somehow claw their way back and take the lead before it does, there's no doubt that this will not be a long rain delay once it hits, if it does go into effect.
Bouncing ball takes a terrible hop on Jordan Castaldo, gets into the outfield, and that's going to make it 1st and 3rd now for Guelph with 2 away.
And unfortunately, it's been a bit of a theme so far this game for the Guelph Royals. Very soft contact that's finding its way into the outfield. Tough play for Jordan Castaldo down there at first base, but unlike what we saw in the Hamilton Cardinals game on Wednesday, where they were just powering up everything and smacking it all over the field, a lot of these balls have been spanked right into the ground. It's just that they've found holes.
Ethan Hammond now drove in a run in his last at-bat. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Jordan Gallo on that single by LaRue got a great read, found his way to third base, so he's 90 feet away from scoring. This one's popped straight back.
Nathan Curra begins to throw with a little bit more urgency. Down the left field line, Owen Newman gets back on the mound. In the Royals bullpen, I imagine we'll more than likely see him next inning.
The 1-1 pitch just outside. You know, this game really hinges on whether Sam Spencer gets Hammond or not here, because a couple things could happen. If Hammond walks, it might spark a pitching change. If Hammond gets a hit, it'll score a run. Hammond fouls it off, and the count's now 2-2. And it should be noted, Ethan Hammond hasn't had a very good season so far for the Guelph Royals, but that's an oddity. He's been in the league since 2019. He's a career .303 hitter, and last season had a really good year. Hit .304, was great in the playoffs for the Guelph Royals as well. 2-2 in the dirt. What a block by Justin Mara. Wow, he got over there and blocked that baseball with some urgency to keep the runner at third base.
Spiked an off-speed pitch. Did Sam Spencer, and you got to forget about it and focus on this one. You're 1 pitch away. Make this your best pitch of the inning right here.
The 3-2 way inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
Feels like we've been saying that a lot today with the Guelph Royals at the plate, loading the bases. And now it turns things back over to J.D. Williams, who you do not want to have come up with runners on base, as Justin Mara is going to go to the mound to calm down his young pitcher, but also to buy some time for Nathan Curra down in that left field pen.
Yeah, J.D. Williams is a right-handed batter, and Nathan Curra is a left-handed pitcher. So this is not, I guess this isn't the time to bring in Curra.
But there isn't really one, to your point, looking at the lineup after this. You have Morrow, a righty, Leader, a righty, and then Blake Simpson, a righty, and they're going to leave Sam Spencer out there. I think it's the right decision. But I've also been wrong more times than I've been right, so we shall see. But Williams possesses a lot of power from that right side.
Well, the one thing that is for sure, Sam Spencer is going to have to attack J.D. Williams, who's hitting .302 on the season, 1 for 4 today. He's driven in a run. The one hit was a double. Williams takes in the dirt, and now J.D. Williams can probably just pick one pitch and sit on it, and Spencer's going to have to execute it well.
Well, if you're Williams right here, you take till you see a strike, I would think.
The 0-2 misses, 3-0.
And now, if I'm Williams, I'd take 2. I would not swing at the next 2 pitches, even if Spencer gets one over the heart of the plate right here, and then I wouldn't do it again. Make him throw 2 pitches in a row for strikes.
3-0, ball 4. That's going to force in a run for the Guelph Royals, and they've extended the lead to 3.
And unfortunately, there's been some tough breaks for the Maple Leafs today, but there also hasn't been a lot of self-help. They've walked too many people. They've put themselves behind the 8 ball too many times. They haven't capitalized offensively with runners in scoring position. And unfortunately, you walk as many guys as they've done so far this game, you're going to lose more games than you're going to win with pitching like that. It's just a matter of fact. And we'll see Nathan Curra enter the ball game here.
We'll be right back. Nathan Curra is the new pitcher, and he enters a big situation here. First pitch breaking ball to Morrow was a called strike. Tough hitter. It's not a favorable matchup for the pitcher with Curra being a lefty, but he still used that breaking ball to start things off against Morrow. He definitely wasn't expecting that. Nathan Curra has shown signs of brilliance for this Toronto Maple Leafs team as this one's popped up. Maple Leafs praying this ball stays fair. Jordan Castaldo in foul territory makes the catch. The Maple Leafs stay alive in this ball game. They trail by 3. Nathan Curra makes a big pitch to get out of it. Toronto Maple Leafs looking for some runs here in the bottom of the 7th. Guelph got one more, which we'll see how big that insurance run is when things are all said and done. Rando Moreno, who's looked quite good at the plate today for the Maple Leafs, comes to the dish. First pitch, Moreno thinking about bunting, and he takes up high.
There's a very real possibility, not to be the negative Nelly up here in the booth, but there's a very real possibility that this may be the last chance the Leafs have this game. The weather is closing in on us. We've seen signs. We've gotten reports from Kitchener that it is pouring down out there. Sooner or later, we will be getting wet. It's just a matter of when, and if the Leafs can come back here in the bottom of the 7th to at least tie the ball game, it's a big ask, but there's only so much time left before we get obliterated.
Owen Newman is the pitcher facing Rando Moreno. Comes in with an ERA of 1.74 on the season and 10 1/3 innings pitched. He's been quite good.
Pretty good arm to have out of that pen.
He's a high leverage guy, and this is a high leverage situation for Guelph. Moreno hits one on the ground. He hit that ball near his eyeballs and still hit it downwards, and that's out number 1.
Fortunately, hit it a bit too hard there. Speed off the bat. Two hopper right to the chest of Blake Simpson, but if it bounced before it got to his glove, that would have been very much like the play that Jordan Castaldo wasn't able to come up with the last inning.
First pitch to Mara is low for a ball.
For the Leafs as well, even if you don't come back in this ball game, and even if you can't score a couple runs, you got to scratch and claw as much as you can today, because you know you're going to come back and face these guys tomorrow.
The 1-0 by Mara, chopped to first. Busy man in this inning is Blake Simpson. That's 2 away.
And I mean, even looking at the weather tomorrow, both these teams know that there's a good chance both fields will get pretty wiped tonight at some point. So you almost wonder if the game will be ready to be played tomorrow, and if the Leafs are thinking that, well, that would make sense why they went through Florentino and Alvarado, and you're the Royals, why you're going to your high leverage guys, this point in the ball game.
Dan Mara with 2 away in the inning. Mara takes a strike. I think part of it, too, is that the Maple Leafs really wanted to win this game. They
did.
Lost pretty handily a couple nights ago against the Hamilton Cardinals, a game where they gave up 18 runs. And this is what I think the coaching staff thought, well, this is our bounce-back game. Even though the Guelph Royals have played really well lately, they're on a 3-game winning streak. They beat some pretty good teams. This is your chance to kind of get back in it. And with a lot of games coming up over the weekend, you're not going to get many chances to get. This is your best chance right here. Your players are rested, although it's just 1 day of rest. This is your best chance, and the Maple Leafs still have a couple innings, but they gotta do something. If not, just get a little bit of momentum going.
They do, and only so many times can you have runners on base to start the inning, or have multiple runners on base throughout the inning, and not produce anything. You know, it's nice to look at guys on base. It's nice to see, if you're sitting at home, the bubbles light up with runners on base. It doesn't mean anything if you can't put any runs across the plate. The 4 runs tonight have been scored on 2 swings, two 2-run homers. That's been it. They've gotten runners on base. They've gotten walks. They've put balls in play when there aren't runners in scoring position, but they haven't been able to capitalize effectively when there have been.
Spencer McInnes into the game now for the Maple Leafs. He replaces Kaleo Shaw, so it's been a cast of characters that's come through that center field position for the Maple Leafs today. McInnes the third. The 1-0. Spencer McInnes had a great day last time the Maple Leafs played the Guelph Royals. Had 2 home runs. Here's the 1-1. McInnes takes a pitch behind him. The ball ricochets all the way towards the Guelph dugout. McInnes got out of the way of it, but it does move Mara to second.
Yeah, fastball that got away from the right hand of Owen Newman. He throws pretty dang hard out there. I don't blame Spencer McInnes for jumping out of the way of that one. If he got drilled, it would have been right between the shoulder blades on his back, and it's not a comfy place to be.
The elephant in the room right now is there's been a constant barrage of lightning bolts raining down in right field. Another pitch behind McInnes. Mara goes to third. Huh.
I thought that might have clipped his jersey. I think it actually went right in front of his rib cage on that one. I think he didn't yank it as much, but
I mean, is there any way that Newman comes back and throws a strike here after 2 pitches went behind McInnes? I mean, what are you thinking if you're Spencer McInnes? He's had to dodge out of the way of 2 pitches, and the correct way to dodge was to walk forward, believe it or not.
yeah, it can't be a fun place to be. When you have a pitcher that's a little bit wild, that's one thing, but when you have a pitcher that's a little bit wild and can really gun it with his fastball, it's a little bit of self-preservation in that batter's box. You don't want to spin out of your way and turn into a pitch, but you also can't give up on the at-bat thinking that, well, I might be hit, so I got to step out early.
The 3-1, McInnes dribbles one on the ground towards second base. Going to be a quick play, and they got him. Rando LaRue over there at second base, able to flip that ball onto Simpson, and that will retire the Maple Leafs in the 7th. To the 8th we go at Christie Pitts. Nathan Curra did a good job to get the Maple Leafs out of the 7th. Now he'll take over in the top of the 8th, facing Andy Leader.
And if you're Rob Butler and the Maple Leafs coaching staff, you're hoping Curra can go as far as you need him go in this game, which more than likely will be these last 6 outs, for better or for worse. It's always tough, the first game of a 3-3. You want to win, but you don't want to blow out your bullpen, and the Leafs missing some arms tonight.
The Guelph Royals have gone with Sebastian Rodriguez for 4 innings. He gave up 4 earned runs on 8 hits. Then Mercado came in, and he was quite good. Gave up just the 1 hit, no runs through 2 innings. And then Owen Newman got through a scoreless frame with a walk. Andy Leader battling here. The count's 1-2.
Kura, a junior player for the Maple Leafs. His last outing was a start that didn't end as well as he had hoped. It was against the Brantford Red Sox. The first 3 innings were terrific. The 4th inning became a little bit of trouble.
Leader takes inside. That ball bounced in front of Leader. Maple Leafs have used 4 pitchers. Nathan Kerr the 4th. Alvarado went 3, gave up 5 earned, 6 total. Then Florentino for 3 2/3. He was quite good. This one's hit on the ground to Jordan Castaldo. Flips to Kerr. Reaches over with that long extension on his right foot and records the out.
And if you're the Leafs, you're trying to win these ball games, of course, but you're also doing it without some of your back-end relievers. Drew Howard, who has been incredible as of late, hasn't been available on Wednesday or today. Dustin Richardson is not on the lineup card today, wasn't there on Wednesday. And Jeremy Newton, who's missed the last handful of games, who they've used in the back end of ball games this season. You're trying to win, but you can only play the hand you're dealt, and sometimes the hand you're dealt is very limited.
Blake Simpson has just 1 hit on the season. This is going to be his 21st at bat, unless he walks. Well, now he's got 2. Lines it into the outfield. Dos Santos comes over to get it. Simpson will stop at first base.
Now batting, catcher number 10, Matthew Ward.
Ward takes inside.
Curran looking to get out of this one. Nice hard hit ground ball right at someone would be ideal right here.
A strike on the inner half. Low and inside. Caught the corner. Curra is ahead in the count, 1-2.
Do it again. Why not?
Good spot for a ground ball if he's looking for one. This one hammered down the line, but Matthew Ward was way out in front of it.
Tried to go back inside there against Matthew Ward, but left it up a little bit, and Ward way out front of that baseball. Ripped it down the left field line.
Nathan Curra has had 3 outings, all 2 innings or more in his IBL career thus far. All came this season. 2 good, 1 where he gave up some runs, and it all boils down to an ERA of 5.62.
It's worth correcting myself as we're talking about this now. I said his last outing was against Brantford, in which he pitched in the 4th inning and struggled a little bit. And while that did happen, it was not his last outing. His last outing was against the Welland Jackfish, where he looked very, very good against a very tough Jackfish lineup. That was down in the Rose City when the Leafs came away victorious just the other night.
Pickoff move at first base. Yeah, he pitched 2 critical innings in that game against the Welland Jackfish. Gave up 4 hits, but was able to work around them. And Dustin Richardson was able to close that one out. The Maple Leafs won 5-2 against Welland. That was the middle of their 3-game win streak that they put together. So the count now 3-2 on the catcher Ward. Ward 0 for 3 today. Ward fouls another one off. Matthew Ward has the 2nd best batting average of anyone in the Guelph Royal lineup right now with his .313 marker. The only guy ahead of him is someone who hasn't had very many at-bats to start the year, just 16 of them, Jordan Gallo. Another foul ball by Ward.
It's good battle by Matthew Ward. He's guarding that inside part of the plate pretty well, fouling off a few pitches, waiting for Kerr to, in his mind, hopefully make a mistake. But he keeps busting him inside. There's only so many times before Ward gets his hands extended and wraps around the baseball.
Pitch inside, ball 4. Runner was going on the play. Runners on first and second now with 1 out.
It does feel like almost every inning this game, there's just been a bit of a waterfall of walks. Players reaching base on ball 4 multiple times.
This one hit in the air, not deep. Connect over, makes the catch. Runners hold, 2 down.
Good pitch there from Kura. Can of corn out to Marcus Connect in right field, and 2 away now for the Maple Leafs here in another critical situation in the top of the 8th, trying to limit the damage, or in this case, get out of the inning without allowing any damage.
Slow breaking ball. Misses the strike zone on Brando LaRue. LaRue, a member of the Guelph Royals since 2022. Brando LaRue is 1 for 3 today. The 1-0 hit down the line. Foul ball, just foul.
He's been a bit of a hit factory for the Guelph Royals over the last few seasons. When he is on, he is one of the better players in the IBL. We've talked about this, his bat-to-ball skills, the speed he possesses. Plays a really good infield up the middle for the Guelph Royals, and we'll find his swing sooner or later this season.
One of those college guys, so hasn't played a playoff game yet with Guelph, but it's been really good in the regular season. 2023 is best year, where he hit .345 as Kura snaps off another good breaking ball, and the count's now 2-2.
He's been a very productive player for these Royals, and they're glad to have him back in 2025.
Strike 3 called. Great pitch by Nathan Kura to get out of the top of the 8th. And the Maple Leafs, who have 6 out remaining, have their work cut out for them. Well, here's what's on tap for the Guelph Royals coming up. They've got that game against Toronto. That's tomorrow. Then they play the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers on the 29th. Then they get a little break and play Kitchener. Some winnable games for the Guelph Royals. Toronto will give them a tough test. And then Chatham-Kent and Kitchener. I mean, I guess it's never easy to play in Chatham-Kent, so that might be tough. But a game against Kitchener. They lost a couple games against Kitchener in their 7-game losing streak that they had before the 3-gamer that they're on right now. And I think that's a team that they want to have some redemption against and really really come out with a good game plan, because Kitchener is a team that you got to beat this season. I think those were 2 disappointing losses for the Guelph Royals. And they can prove, if they go on a 4-game win streak here after a win against Toronto, they can prove that they really are that much improved team from what they were at the beginning of the season.
And I've said it for a few years now. Kitchener gets a really bad rap, and unfortunately, they play at a small ballpark. It's a hitter's ballpark. They've had some good hitters over the years. That ball's taken inside. Their pitchers do not get a ton of help with fly ball outs that would be recorded at other ballparks that aren't recorded at Jack Couch. The ball flies. They have bad numbers of their pitching staff, but it's not reminiscent of the quality of the arms that they've brought in. Yadier Martinez is someone whose ERA has shot up a bit. He's one of the better pitchers in the ball game, or in the IBL, I should say, when he's on. And
chopper to third by Ross, the former Panther, and it's 1-2 still.
And on the offensive side, we talked about it earlier, they've had some pretty prolific offensive talent that have come and gone. You know, Liam Wilson, Spencer Ross, to name a couple, and Andy Leader, who was in this ball game.
The 1-2 is chopped on the ground to Morrow at short. He throws to first in time, and that's out number 1.
Someone who is having a massive year so far this season, Evan Morrison, a former Kitchener Panther who went and joined the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. Had a heck of a year. Anyways, Evan Morrison having a big year, former Kitchener Panther, a lot of good offensive talent is the point I'm trying to make.
Chopped down the line, fair ball. Ryan Dos Santos puts it just inside the foul line, and he's digging for 2. Here's the throw in time, and he's gonna run into an out at second base, trying to stretch it into a double.
There is absolutely no reason to be going to second base there. None. It's the bottom of the 8th, you're down by 3. There's zero reason to try and stretch that into extra bases. It's the Leafs have had a very tough offensive day, and that goes through up and down the lineup. It's been a little bit tough, but it's brain dead plays like that that you cannot justify at this point in the ball game. You can't do it.
Yeah, it was a pretty good throw from Ashton Patterson, who's into the game
throw
out there in left field. Now it's John Javier.
But you're trying to get guys on base. There's less than 2 out. You got the top of the lineup coming up. You got power behind you. You have the speed to steal bases. You have some of the best speed in the IBL. You cannot be getting thrown out on the bases right there.
John Javier drills this ball. It's high, it's deep to right field, and it's off the top of the wall. He just missed one. This is going to be a close play at second base, and he's in there. That's a double. Another good piece of hitting from John Javier.
Yeah, the power that he's shown, hitting that right off the top of that tall fence in right center field. And unfortunately, it's very illustrative of the previous point. There's a decent chance that Ryan Dos Santos, with his incredible speed, scores on that play. And at that point, you'd be bringing the tying run up to the plate. But nope. It's unfortunate. But you have the middle of the lineup coming up. You just got to keep the hitting going as time is called a ball. I'm not sure what was just being discussed.
The umpire was talking to someone that was outside the field of play. He might have been chirping at the security guard.
Well, I'm wondering if it's because of his fluorescent vest, the light reflecting off it could be so bright that you don't want to stand right behind home plate if the pitcher sees that.
Maybe. Jordan Castaldo at the plate. Runner on second base, Javier.
It's fun to hypothesize things that we don't know anything about.
The 1-0. Castaldo pops it up to the left side, but this one's going to hook in play, and I have no idea if that ball was caught. It was, says the home plate umpire.
That's a heck of a play. Right on the Maple Leafs bullpen mound. That is an incredible play to make. Carson Burns was the one who came down with it, I believe. That is a heck of a play.
So that is going to end the inning. So Maple Leafs running out of outs here, and the Guelph Royals seeing if they can tack on some insurance here against Nathan Curra on the top of the ninth. Top of the ninth inning, Nathan Curra back out there for the Maple Leafs. Carson Burns is going to lead things off for the Guelph Royals, who are ahead by 3 here against Toronto. Maple Leafs maybe catching a break as these thunderstorms slowly slide by the pits. You can see them, but they're moving by so far. This one on the ground to first, just foul.
I was going to say, as soon as you say that, we feel a slight gust of wind come up the top of the hill.
Yeah, as long as this game doesn't go to extras, I think we'll be safe. But the thunderstorms are going to hit the pits. It's just the one we were looking at before missed. The 0-1. Actually, that was the 0-2. Strike 3 called. Nathan Curra gets a punch out to start the inning.
Now batting left fielder number 50, Ashton Patterson.
So Ashton Patterson, who came in as a defensive replacement in left field, is going to get his first at-bat.
Leafs looking to have Curra go as long as needed this game. Adamara has thrown a few pitches down that left field line in this top of the ninth, but with the way Kerr is pitching, I don't see why you would want to turn to anybody else at this point. He's been a multi-inning guy every outing this season so far for the Leafs. Five straight strikes to start this top of the ninth.
Make that 6. Another punch out for Nathan Curra.
He's looked really good for the Leafs so far this season. He's given up a couple runs here and there, and
yeah, just one bad outing.
One bad outing, and in Brantford, it was really just that 4th inning where they pushed him to try and get that extra inning. But he's faced some tough opponents here. Guelph, Welland, when he threw 2 shutout innings last time out.
And the Leafs just so happened to mount an incredible 9th inning comeback and win that game. So
yes,
didn't even matter. He has been there when they need him most. The 0-1 pitch is fouled off by J.D. Williams, and
8 straight strikes.
Mm-hmm. Here's the 0-2. And it's popped up. Come on. Going over is Marcus Connect. He makes the catch. Oh, Nathan Curra deserved to be immaculate. A pop out to left is what stopped it. Maple Leafs with 3 outs to work with when we come back. Well, it's closing time for the Guelph Royals. They go to Gaku Ueda to try and polish off this 3-run lead that's held by Guelph. Tough hitter to start things off, though, in Marcus Connect.
Gaku Ueda, who leads the team in outings. This is his 11th. He's the only Guelph Royal to reach double digits.
First pitch ball to Marcus Connect. It missed low. Gaku Ueda hasn't been perfect this year. He had an outing against Toronto. Actually, well, it was the last time that the Maple Leafs were here in Toronto. That was a bad one. But other than that, he's strung together a run of really good outings for the Guelph Royals. You take away that one outing, he's got a pristine ERA. Unfortunately for him, with that outing, it's sitting at 5.28 on the season.
They have some good arms down there. Edgar Garcia, the former major leaguer, Philadelphia Philly, has been terrific for them this season.
The crazy thing is for Gaku Ueda, this is his 11th appearance of the season already.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a workhorse for the Guelph Royals, and they've needed him in some big spots, and he's come through.
The 1-2. Connect checks his swing. No, he didn't, says the umpire at first base, and look at the reaction from Marcus.
And Brian Sewell can't believe it down the first base line, and some words have been exchanged. Connect tossed his bat away to emphasize his displeasure. Sewell's recreating how far he thought Marcus Connect went. Justin Mara can't believe it on deck either. He was
wow. That's what Brian said.
Yeah. I think a lot of us, a lot of the people that are on the hill behind the plate watching, wondering the same thing. But nonetheless, a strikeout. There's one away.
Brian Sewell's always been one to stand up for his players as one of the coaches of the Maple Leafs.
And rightfully so. We've seen him a couple times this year speak his mind, and as he should. He's still in disbelief down the first baseline, helmet in hand, wondering what just happened.
I think you have to wear that thing, Brian.
I don't think he wants to be told that right now, though. I think.
Can you imagine?
I think if Joel Estevez turned to him and said that, he would be short for this game.
Pitch to Randall Moreno up and away. Gaku Ueda jumped out in front of him 0-2.
Unfortunately, if you're the Leafs, you got to forget about it and move on. Now Moreno in a 1-2 count. You need base runners, and you need them badly here in the bottom of the ninth. Got to start somewhere, and the middle of the lineup's the place to be.
The 1-2 pitch also misses. Some patience here from Randall Moreno. Went down 0-2. Now battles back 2-2.
Good bat-to-ball skills. There's a big hole right up the center of the diamond behind Gaku Ueda. If he can rip one right there, it'll be an easy base knock.
2-2 pitch in the dirt. Well, Maple Leafs need base runners. Randall Moreno knows that. He's being patient at the plate.
I suppose it's worth mentioning in hindsight, Ryan Dos Santos crossed the 30 pitch threshold of seeing pitches this game. We had talked about that a bit earlier. He's seen a lot of pitches.
3-2 pitch. Moreno had to protect.
I only think of that because there's another 3-2 count, and how many times this game has, well, not just Dos Santos, but multiple Maple Leaf hitters found themselves battling back after being down in the count early. 0-2, 1-2. Moreno doing it here. Going to find any way he can to get on base.
Another full count pitch. Moreno fouls it off.
In a near identical spot.
Perfect pitches from Gaku Ueda. It's just Moreno spoiling them.
This is Gaku Ueda's ball game. There is quite literally nobody and nothing down that right field line in the Royals bullpen.
Here comes another 3-2. Moreno chops it on the ground to short, and it goes off the glove of Morrow. Oh, he was twisting and turning behind that ball, trying to decide which hop to take it on, and at the end of the day, it got by him, and the Leafs have a runner on base.
It's not how you do it, it's just that you get on base, and Moreno found a way there. You put the ball in play, good things happen. We've seen it on both sides this ball game. Some tough hops, some less than stellar defense at times, and Justin Mara, who accounts for half the Maple Leafs runs this ball game, a 2-run shot early on at the time put Toronto up 4-1. Doesn't need another one of those, just needs to get on base right here.
Pitch up high from Ueda.
So on deck, Dan Mara, righty. And then McInnes, a lefty, Ross a righty, and then you jump back to the top of the lineup with Dos Santos another lefty. So it'll be back and forth, both sides of the plate that Ueda will have to face here.
The 1-0, Mara chops it foul. Gaku Ueda has strung together 5 consecutive scoreless outings for the Guelph Royals. One and one on Justin Mara. Dan on deck. Mara takes outside. A little bit of life here at Christie Pitts. A lot of the faithful Friday Night Light fans have stayed along the hillside, and you can tell there's a bit of a buzz here with Mara ahead in the count. 1-2 on Ueda. The 2-1. In there for a strike. Grunts and groans from the Christie faithful.
there's been a pretty good turnout here tonight for the Leafs. A lot of fans still here, still cheering on their squad in the bottom of the ninth. As the game just now reaches over the 3.5-hour mark.
2-2. Mara reaches out and pokes one down the line. This one's hooking into the Maple Leafs bullpen, and it'll get down in foul territory.
Once again, another good battle. A couple foul balls here from Justin Mara. Every bit that you can scrap and claw, pitch counts. If nothing else, you face this squad again tomorrow. Every pitch you make Yaku Ueda throw tonight is one more he cannot throw tomorrow.
Justin Mara slugged a 2-run home run back in the third. Here's Ueda's 2-2. Mara takes high.
And you see in that Maple Leafs dugout, Ben Sidorenios with a helmet loosening up his legs a little bit. You wonder if the tying run gets on base at some point, if he comes in to the ball game to pinch run. We've seen him do it before. He has some speed. He's played some outfield.
That would probably bring Matt Brandt in as the catcher. He's here today. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. A big punch out from Ueda. Now there's 2 down.
Good battle from Justin Mara, but unfortunately does not win that one. Quick snap throw there from Ward down to first base to Blake Simpson, trying to pick off Rando Moreno.
Would have ended the ball game.
Rando Moreno to end the ball game.
Yeah. Well, Dan Mara knows what he needs to do now. Just keep it moving. No need to power a ball into a gap. Just need to push one into the outfield. Moreno going, that'll be defensive indifference. Well,
yes.
I mean,
they weren't holding him on.
But the second baseman did come over to cover the bag. So they might give him a stolen.
Subjective like that? Is that how that? Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, they might give him a stolen base on that.
Moreno wouldn't mind.
The 1-0 pitch in there for a strike. See, the thing is that if you're defensively indifferent, it means that you're holding your defensive position. They didn't hold their defensive position.
That is true. That's
in fact, Connor Morrow kind of took a few steps over there to back up second base too. So I don't.
Yeah.
That play was not on. Ward just made the executive decision not to throw that ball.
That'll draw a few moans and groans from the Leafs faithful here tonight. And now Dan Mara's got a battle. Just keep the line moving. Mara can find his way on base. The tying run comes to the plate.
And it's outside. Good take by Dan, and it's 2-2. Ueda looking for a 6th consecutive scoreless outing. Ooh, that was a lot of lightning.
It's a little bit of a bright flash beyond that right field fence.
Another 2-2. Mara chops it to third. It's flipped to first in time to record the out. Carson Burns makes the play, and that ends the ball game. So Gaku Ueda does get his 6th consecutive scoreless outing. A battle between these two teams today. The Toronto Maple Leafs get all their runs on 2 2-run home runs, but ultimately strand a lot of runners on base.
They did, and it was a bit of a theme for both teams. A lot of men left on base. The Guelph Royals were doing it early. They just happened to capitalize in that one big 5-run inning where they pulled ahead of the Maple Leafs. And for Toronto, well, the hitting was there. You had double-digit hits, but only 2 of those amounted to any runs, and 2 2-run homers are all they could muster. And as they look forward to tomorrow, assuming the game is not postponed due to the impending rain, well, you got to think that, man, Guelph's a very beatable team, not just because of the amount of base runners that you've put on base tonight that you couldn't capitalize on with scoring, but you saw some cracks in the armor out of their pitching tonight. It's just that you couldn't capitalize on them. So they'll look forward to tomorrow. We will all look forward to trying to stay as dry as possible as we depart the yard tonight. But yeah, it's to your point, an unfortunate ending. You got guys on base, you just couldn't score. And sometimes it happens that way. You got to bounce back. There's still one game above 500 and, you know, turn the corner. You got 2 games in 2 days. Got to start somewhere. No place better than tomorrow at Hastings Stadium in Guelph.
Both teams at the start of their 3-3 weekend. And the Guelph Royals, they got through a couple tough pitchers against the Toronto Maple Leafs today. Johannes Alvarado and Luis Florentino, the 5-run fourth. The difference in this one, the Guelph Royals take down the Toronto Maple Leafs 7-4 for myself, Thomas West, as well as Gus Cousins. You want to see these two teams rematch? How about tomorrow? This time, it'll be in Guelph.